Test 1 2. Test. Test 1 2. Test. Test. Good. Test 1 2. Test. Test. Are you live? Test. 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 Bunce, come here. Start talking to Dad.
Testing, testing, testing. Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1 2. Testing, 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 testing. Yeah. All right. One team shot 24 free throws. One team shot 10 free throws. What's the difference in the foul count?
Difference in the foul count? Like the number? Depends on the foul score. They're all shooting fouls. It could be,
One.
Are you doing radio or is this live stream?
Live stream.
Do we have a link I can put out for our fans?
Yeah, the Cleveland State Athletics YouTube page.
on
on your YouTube
Yeah,
page?
on our YouTube.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get YouTube?
College house going.
Huh?
College house.
But every time, I'm also the SID, and anytime I try to live stream on YouTube, I set my picture, and as soon as we go live, it jumps in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're doing Facebook Live.
Facebook Live.
And then I take it off right as soon as I download it after the game.
Let's do the guy right here, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's not my prerogative.
I'll work that out.
Alright, I'll get on, make sure I can get it. Connect with my laptop.
Well, in that box underneath, there's a bunch of these. So, oh, yeah, it's right here. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. So, we can have halftime Saturday, and then postgame, and then one get one to live stream broadcast. There's some people sitting right here. There's some sitting over here. We'll have spotters. That's the tip. Okay. Spotter? Yeah, we'll have spotters. Right here. We'll go up to the
You got these two. Yeah, I'll make sure I fix one too. It's not on the website either. It needs to be on the website too. Like the height stuff. The heights and stuff are on there. It's the position. Sure. It's the hometowns and high schools, I think, that are missing.
sitting on the other side of Jeffrey.
Hello, Sir Richard. How are you today? Fine. There's their thing. Zaria? That's a question. You gotta get anything. Would you have another record? 4-0. 4-0? Okay. Wrong. 4-0 or 5-0. Okay.
Yeah, it's in that pack right here.
Okay.
Prior to the girls' school, prior to the men's school, they do a banner presentation. Prior to
Okay.
halftime, recognize.
Okay. So you get started.
Yep. Fantastic.
Somebody's marked the starters over on foul.
There you go. So I got your packet. Did you get the packet?
Yeah, it's up here. I
Okay.
just,
Yeah, so
I know it
basically,
wasn't you. That's what he's done.
women's stats.
It's our game ball.
So there's
Is there record?
Huh? No, y'all got split up last year, didn't you?
yeah, go ahead.
Don't do it. You know it. 7-0. Thanks.
Yeah, they didn't play, and you guys didn't play Saturday, right?
And I've done one high school game. Gave me one game last year. Fellow colleges, Polk County boys over Polk County.
Good deal. Well, I've got you here. I don't
enjoying the living down here?
I am, buddy. I come down here with us commoners.
Never mind. Not mine.
I got tired of looking down at everybody, is what it was. Thank you, sir.
I know we're 4-0. 1-0 in the conference.
1-0 conference.
They're 1-0 in the conference. I'm not sure what the overall is.
Howdy, sir.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. Hey, how about that? I got stuff to talk about now.
I'm going to come at halftime of the guys' game.
Okay, that'll be fine. Marcus is going to come too. I'll talk to him and then I'll get you.
Okay.
That'd be great. Let's see. You're coming at halftime
I'm
of
coming at halftime of
the men's game. He's coming in girls' game, so that'd be great. Fantastic. That'd be great.
Fun spot to say what you want to do.
I might ask you.
Absolutely. Well, I take a break. So yeah, I just tell them we'll be back. But all the interviews is great. Anything I can get will be great. Thank you, buddy.
Look at it, figure it all out.
Oh, you're wearing that crap.
You'll have to ignore me.
Yeah. I'll let you slide.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be shaking hands with big rings on tonight.
I'm having trouble getting the driver downloaded to run this thing. So, halftime of that, might just email it myself, pull it up on that laptop, but that won't work. Printing from back. I don't know why it's not downloading. It recognized it, but it wouldn't find the driver for it. Try again here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get it.
You got the right computer. Sometimes you can pick up the one that it's wireless. We have wireless printer.
It was picking this one up, and then it didn't pick up. It has to download a driver, and it couldn't find the driver to download. So I refreshed it, tried to do it again, and then it wasn't even picking it up. So I don't know.
You have everything you need?
Oh, I
How about that?
I do know this works.
Good.
I've already tried it.
Fantastic. And somebody's going to bring me some halftime stats.
Yes, we're supposed to have
Ah,
I think there's supposed to print on front.
fantastic.
I'll get with Paul.
In theory.
Yeah,
In theory.
Yeah, I've been to in theory before,
If I
yeah.
get the printer to actually connect.
Just because it's sitting there doesn't mean it's going to work. But we're going to hope for the best. What was your name?
I'm Andrew.
Andrew, Brian Grissom.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, buddy.
We'll get something printed for you regardless.
Yeah,
or I'll just turn my laptop
Right
over.
or
You can
wrong,
just look
yeah.
at it.
I'll just spit out stats. Doesn't have to be right.
That's weird. I don't have any live stats. You all give me your login. I can set that up. Nobody, yeah. Nobody's giving me any login.
Okay, the Lady Raiders or the Red
Red
Raiders?
But
Lady
I can
Raiders.
connect with that.
I don't think they go with Raider. Normally on their stuff it says Lady.
At one time they were. So,
I can look it up real fast, but I'm pretty sure they go by Lady.
okay.
CSCC.edu.
Yeah.
Is this athletics all lowercase?
All lowercase, yeah. When you were sitting here with Mike, I figured he was.
Nah, he didn't tell me.
You're ready for the national anthem. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go by Lady Raider.
Thank you. Hey, buddy. Have a good game, fellas. Have a good one.
We will.
Showtime. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another exciting night of Cleveland State basketball. This is Brian Grissom, live and in color, coming from the L. Quentin Lane Gymnasium on the campus of Cleveland State Community College. It's a beautiful afternoon after a beautiful fall day here in southeast Tennessee. The opposition is the Roane State Raiders and Lady Raiders, coming down the highway from Kingston, Tennessee, just below Knoxville. And we have a battle of unbeatens here in the first game of the afternoon. The ladies, Cleveland State ladies, are 4-0, 1-0 in region play. And Roane State comes in with a very impressive 7-0 record, 1-0 in conference play. So something's got to give here tonight as we expect an outstanding basketball game on both sides. We are just about ready for the introductions and the national anthem. So we're gonna take a break and listen, honor America with our national anthem. We'll just let that play. All right. Always a great rendition of the national anthem as we remember our veterans and active service members. That's what I think about when I stand for the national anthem, and we just want to thank everyone for their service. Starting lineups for the visiting Roane State Lady Raiders. Number 1, Braylon McGahey. Chloe Roark. Number 15 is Kirby Brown. Number 23 is Catherine Hendershot. And number 32 is Shelby Smith. The Lady Raiders are, as I said, 7-0 and 1-0 conference play. And now the starting lineups for the Lady Cougars of Cleveland State. Number 1, Asia Harrell. Number 5 is Deja Lacey. Number 10, Nikki Jones. Number 11, Emma Herrick. And number 24, Kaisha Dalton. Her of the red hair and long ponytail. I can pick Kaisha out there real easily. The Lady Cougars are coached by Coach Evelyn Thompson and assistant coach Josh Muncie. Roane State is coached by Coach David Harnish and assistant coach Donnie Hall. The Lady Raiders undefeated. The Lady Cougars undefeated. Something's going to give tonight. Lady Raiders come out in their red, white, and blue uniforms. Lady Cougars in their home white uniforms with black and light blue trim, dark blue numerals. And we are ready to go from Cleveland State Community College. Brian Grissom, live and in color. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. We had a good broadcast and a thrilling ending to our games on last Saturday, and we're looking for more tonight. Tip goes to the Lady Cougars. Nikki Jones inside, out in the corner, back to Jones. Jones drives the lane, dishes to Herrig. Herrig, a long two-pointer, no good. Rebound fought for, and out of bounds off of Roane State. Lady Cougars will keep it. We're just getting started, first quarter. Thank you so much for joining in the broadcast. We got plenty of room. If you're riding around out there with nothing to do, come on by and see me. It's some exciting college basketball here at Cleveland State. Here's a pass inside to Herrig, and knocked out of bounds off of the Lady Raiders. So the Lady Cougars get another shot at it. Keisha Dalton to throw it into Harrell. Harrell out front to Lacey. Lacey drives the lane, gives it up to Harry, gets blocked. But I believe we have a foul called. No? Yes, foul called on Shelby Smith picks up the foul in the lane. That'll send Herrick to the line. First free throw rolls around and goes in for the first point of the ball game. Second free throw is Mr. Referee has stepped into my view here. I'll have to deal with that all night. Second free throw is good. 2-0, Lady Cougars on top. Number 1, McGahey with the basketball. She'll bring it across court, gives it up to Roark. Roark into Smith. Smith passes it back off to Roark, and it's kicked out of bounds. So it'll be Lady Raider basketball underneath their own goal. We're just a minute into the ball game, just getting started. Inbounds pass goes to Hendershot out front. She'll set up the play, guarded closely by Lacey. Around the top of the key, they're still trying to set it up. Now they run out of time clock and have to just heave one up. And we got a time shot clock violation. Mr. Referee didn't think it hit the rim. So maybe that'll be the only thing he misses tonight, because it clearly hit the rim. Lady Cougar basketball, they got the rebound anyway, so no harm, no foul. I'll try my very best to not fuss at the referees tonight, but I can't promise. Out front to Jones. Jones drives the lane, dishes to Lacey. Shot is no good. Rebound goes to the Lady Raiders. McGahey, long court pass down to Hendershot. Out front to Roark, inside. And we have a foul called on Nikki Jones. That's one on Nikki. McGahey to throw it in. Out front to Smith. Smith over to Roark. Tries to drive the lane, can't get there. Back out to Hendershot. Hendershot trapped in the corner. 6 seconds on the shot clock. McGahey, long three-pointer, almost stuck it up there. Rebound, Lady Raiders, up and in. Number 14, Chloe Roark, with the offensive rebound. It just kind of fell in her hands and she put it up and in. Right place at the right time. 2-2. Here goes Harold to the hole. Little runner, no good. Rebound fought for, and McGahey comes out of the pack with the basketball. Here's a ball is tipped and stolen, but stolen right back by Smith. Smith to McGahey. She drives the lane. Shot is no good, but she is going to be fouled by Emma Herrick. Got her with the body that time. Number 4 is Zaria Justice for the Lady Raiders. First free throw is good by McGahey. Second free throw, nothing but net. 4-2, Roane State on top of Cleveland State in the early going. Asia Harrell, little full court pressure. She breaks it with ease. Pass inside to Harrig. Harrig with the layup, no good, left it short. And rebound goes to Roane State. McGahey on the drive. She's going to go down. Nice job by Jones to cut her off. She dishes to Brown. Brown, shot is no good, but the ball is knocked out of bounds. It'll be Roane State basketball. McGahey will throw it in to Hendershot. Hendershot up back to McGahey. Out front. Looking for a three-pointer. Couldn't take it. Brown over in the corner to Justice. Justice back to Hendershot. Shot clock down to 6. Here's a backdoor cut by Justice. Shot no good. Rebound fought for. And we have a, they called a shot clock violation, but that one, it just didn't reset that time. So it'll be, they got it right that time. The ball will be Roane State. And we'll put 20 seconds on the shot clock. Here's a pass out front to Smith. Smith over to Justice. Justice comes around the top of the key. Back to McGahey. McGahey, little point guard, throws up a wild shot, and it was so wild it was on the back side of the backboard. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. I believe she missed that one by quite a bit. Here's a pass into Nikki Jones. She goes right through the pressure. Nice pass over to Harrig. She is fouled. Couldn't get it to go for the three-point play, but she'll get a couple of free throws. Zaria Justice with the foul. That's her first. 6:14 to go, first quarter. First free throw by Emma is short, off the front of the rim. She'll get another. Second free throw is good. So Lady Cougars 1 out of 2, trail 4-3. Here's a pass over in the corner to Hendershot. It is no good, off the rim and out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. So neither team able to get much going offensively here in the early going. There's a trap and long court pass to Harrig. Harrig gets it across center line. Over to Lacey. Lacey gives it up. Gets it back. Lacey almost lost it in the lane. Gives it out to Nikki Jones. Jones is going to gives it to Harrell, and they'll set it back up. 10 on the shot clock. Harrell out front, looking to drive. She takes it to the hole. Lacey to Dalton, and she shuffles her feet. Keisha Dalton with the turnover. 4-3. Just getting started here at Cleveland State. Macy Kirby about to check in for the Lady Raiders. Here's a long three-pointer. It is short by number 15, Kirby Brown. Rebound goes to the Lady Raiders. Another three-pointer, air ball. Rebound to Brown. Once again, Hinder shot. McGahey drives the lane, throws up a left-handed hook shot. It's good. Nice runner in the lane by Braylon McGahey. Here's a steal. Hinder shot in the backcourt. Puts it up and in. 8-3. And just like that, the Roane State defensive pressure causes a turnover, and the much taller Lady Raiders have dominated the board so far in the ball game, and they have made those offensive rebounds pay off. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. Time back in. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live from Cleveland State. Here's a long court pass to Nikki Jones. She drives the baseline and is called for a charge. My goodness. Tough foul on Nikki. She kind of lost control that time. Number 5, Macy Kirby. Macy Kirby into the game for Roane State, along with number 3, Kirsten Hudson for Cleveland State. 8-3. Lady Raiders on top in the early going. Here's a pass inside to Justice, and she is tied up, but they call a foul on Harrell. Asia Harrell called for the foul. Lady Cougars with just 8 ladies on the bench, so foul problems could be a problem later on in the ball game. Left-handed free throw by Justice is good. 4:36 to go, first quarter. Second free throw, a little hard off the rim. Run down by Dalton. So 1 out of 2 for Justice, and it's 9-3. Lady Raiders on top. Harrell brings it across the timeline. She'll set up the offense. Lady Cougars need a basket right here. Here's the left-handed three-pointer, way too long. Hudson with the rebound as it knocked away from her. And Roane State with the basketball. Here's a pass down court to Brown. Loses it out of bounds, but it was Hudson knocked it out of her hand and out of bounds. Good defense that time by Kirsten. McGahey will throw it in under her own bucket. Out front to Kirby. Kirby over to Justice. Inside, Hinder shot off her fingertips. Emma Harrod comes away with the loose ball. And Keisha Dalton will bring it across. Lacey. Deja Lacey will bring it across the timeline. Deja. Lady Raiders have a trapping defense, and it has worked to perfection so far. Here's a three-pointer. Asia Harold. And that was a huge bucket right there. 9-6. Lady Cougars trail by 3. Here's a long three-pointer by Kirby. No good. Saved over in the corner. Back in front. Here's a loose ball under the bucket. And Asia Harrell comes away with the loose ball. Gets it off to Hudson. Hudson will slow things down. And now she picks up the speed. Takes it down the lane and is fouled. That's a good job. Good aggressive move by Kirsten. So number 4, that's 2 on Zaria Justice. 2 fouls already. Number 3 and number 21, Addison Frazier and Summer Varnum check into the ball game for Roane State. First shot is no good. She'll get another. Second free throw is also no good. Rebound goes to Roane State. Here's a three-pointer in the corner by Hendershot. No good. Rebound, fought for, saved by the Lady Cougars, but right to Roane State. Back out front to Frazier. Here's a Hendershot's going to try it again. Dalton with the rebound this time for the Lady Cougars. They'll take it the other direction. Asia Harrell. Cleveland State on the drive. Asia Harrell out front. She's going to try another three. In and out. Missed that one. 9-6. Roane State on top here in the early going of the first quarter. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Got away with a walk. Throws it away. Hudson gets the steal. Hudson going to take it down the lane. Throw it up. No good, but she is fouled, I believe, by 15. Kirby Brown will pick up the foul. 2:21 to go, first quarter. Kirsten. Shelby Smith back in the ball game for Roane State. First free throw by Hudson is good. And she'll try to cut it to a 1-point ball game with the second one. Nothing but net. So 2 free throws that time for Kirsten. Lady Cougars trail 9-8. Here's a shot off the window. I'm not sure she called bank, but she'll take it. Macy Kirby with the bank shot, 11-8. Roane State on top of Cleveland State. A battle of unbeaten teams. One of them's going to get their first loss of the season. Here's a pass across court. Dalton knocked out of bounds by Kirby. It'll be Cleveland State basketball right here at the scorer's table. Hudson to throw it in. Gets it into Dalton, to Lacey. Deja Lacey out front. Over to Harrell. Harrell puts the move on. Inside to Harrig. Hard to get it in there in amongst the trees, but she tried. Turnover to Lady Cougars. Here's a driving layup by Hendershot. 13-8. Roane State. That was Catherine Hendershot. Dalton takes it to the hole. Left-hand hook. It is blocked. It's tough sledding in that paint there. 2 big trees with Shelby Smith and Kirby Brown inside for the Lady Raiders. Here's a steal in backcourt, but she loses her balance and Cleveland State gets it back. Lacey over to Hudson. Hudson is tied up. Alternate possession will go to the Lady Raiders. Here comes Michaela Benefield in for the first time for the Lady Cougars. So Michaela makes an appearance, and she's going to try to even out the muscle in the paint for the Lady Cougars in there, which they sorely need some help inside. But Hendershot drives the lane, throws up an off-balance shot. It's good. Under a minute to go, first quarter. 15-8. Lady Cougars trail by 7. They had cut it to 1, but the Lady Raiders have zipped back out to a 7-point lead. Here's a pass inside, too hard. Harrig picks up the loose ball and is immediately tied up. So this jump ball will go to Cleveland State. Keisha Dalton will throw it in for Cleveland State under their own bucket. Gets it inside to Harrig off her fingertips, but Harrell's right there to clean up the loose ball. Shot no good, gets her own rebound, takes it back out. Out front to Dalton inside to Benefield, but it's stolen away. Good job by Hendershot that time with the steal. Up the court to number 21 is Varnum. Varnum with the shot. And that pushes it up to a 9-point spread with 17 seconds to go. Harrell with the drive. Takes it up. Left-handed scoop. No good. Benefield with the rebound. Puts it up and in. That's what the Lady Cougars needed right there. Michaela Benefield with an offensive rebound and put back. Here's a shot at the buzzer, off the rim and no good. And that is the end of the first quarter. 17-10. Lady Raiders on top of the Lady Cougars. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
We'll open the second quarter with possession to the Lady Raiders.
As you might guess, Coach Evelyn Thompson had some words of wisdom for her Lady Cougars during the timeout. And it'll be Roane State basketball as we start the second quarter. Here's a long three-pointer. No good by Kirby. And Benefield gets a rebound, but she's called for traveling. She wasn't exactly happy with that call, but she'll have to live with it as that's a turnover, Lady Cougars. Just started here in the second quarter. Thank you so much for joining in the broadcast here on the Cougar Sports Network. They tried to throw it off her back and get it inbounds. Didn't work, but they got the ball back. Roane State will take it out underneath their own bucket again. 9:46 to go, second quarter. Smith over in the corner, out front to McGahey. Back to Kirby. Round to Varnum. Varnum drives the lane, kicks it back out front to Smith. Smith over to Varnum, to Kirby, back to Smith. Thought about a three. Shot clock at 7. Pass inside is tied up, and Emma Harrick comes out with it. But she gives it up to Asia. Could not control the ball over in the corner. So it'll be a turnover, Lady Cougars. Macy Kirby out front with the basketball. She'll set up the play. Smith sets the screen. Kirby takes it down though. Nice pass. Back out front. Couldn't get a shot off. Kirby with the runner on the baseline. It is good. Nice patience that time by the Lady Raiders as they just worked their offense, took their time, and got the basket. 19-10. Lady Cougars trail by 9. Here's a shot inside by Dalton off the backboard. No good. Got her own rebound. Back out front to Deja Lacey. Lacey, she'll set it back up. Gives it up to Harrell out at the top of the key. And Asia will take it inside. Nice pass to Benefield. Benefield up. Misses the rebound. Gets her own rebound. Puts it back up. Misses again. Here's a loose ball, though. Lacey picks it up, and the Lady Cougars will start over. Here's a pass inside to Harrell, blocked by Smith. That was nice defense that time by Roane State as they come the other direction. Here's a shot in the lane. No good. High arcing shot as Deja Lacey comes out of the pack with the basketball. She's in a hurry to get to the other end. Pulls it up. Roane State gets back on defense. Benefield takes it to the paint. Back out front. Three-pointer. No good by Lacey. Lady Raiders on the run. They've got a 2-on-1. McGahey with the layup, but she is fouled by Kaisha Dalton. And Kaisha saved 2 points right there. Nikki Jones Nikki Jones back in for Cleveland State. And let's see, Addison Frazier back in for the Lady Raiders along with Chloe Roart. First free throw by McGahey is good. She'll get another. Second free throw rolls around and falls in. 21-10, largest lead of the ball game for Roane State. Cleveland State having a hard time getting in the bucket. Here's a turnover as he off of Nikki's leg. Lady Raiders go the other direction. Here's a shot in the lane. It's good, about a 10-footer by Chloe Roart, and that's a 23-10 lead. Roane State by 13. Cleveland State with the basketball. Here's a pass inside. Nikki Jones up and in. Nikki Jones. First points of the second quarter for Cleveland State. 23-12. McGahey drives the baseline. And I believe they're going to call a foul. The foul is on Kaisha Dalton. Kirsten Hudson comes back in for Cleveland State. As Deja Lacey will take a break. There's a pass inside on the inbounds play. Missed the easy one. Rebound goes to Brown, and she misses the easy one. Hudson on the run. Layup for the Lady Cougars is good. Lady Cougars dodged 2 bullets that time. And they cut the lead back to single digits, 23-14 with 6:50 to go until halftime. Over in the corner to Kirby. Kirby back out front to Frazier. Frazier around top to McGahey. Back to Kirby. Kirby inside. Herrig knocks it away, but Hurston can't get it. Here's a long three-pointer by Kirby. No good. Rebound goes to, and the shot clock didn't reset that time. So we had a stoppage in play because the shot clock didn't reset. It'll be Roane State basketball underneath their own bucket. Roane State just a little quicker to the basketball here in the first half so far. And I can see why they're undefeated, because they are a well-oiled machine. Here's a pass out front to Roart. Roart to McGahey. Back to Roart. Roart just inside the three-point line. Too strong. Air ball. Ball goes out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. Nobody could chase down the long rebound there. Hendershot back in to the ball game for the Lady Raiders as Macy Kirby will take a break. 6:05 to go, second quarter. Ball knocked out of bounds. The Roane State pressure is relentless here in the first half, and they get a hand, and they're making Cleveland State work for everything they get. Dalton to throw it in. She gets it into Nikki Jones. Jones will bring it across the timeline. Roane State playing a man-to-man defense. Here's a pass inside, intercepted by Roane State, but Nikki gets it back. And are they going to call it on Nikki? They're going to call a foul on Nikki. I believe that's 3 on Nikki. Deja Lacey will hurriedly get back in the ball game, as Nikki will have to sit with her 3 fouls. Coach Thompson is pleading her case to the referee. I love to watch the coaches work the referees. Here's a pass to Kirby inside to, she traveled. Yeah, shuffled her feet. Number 15, Kirby Brown. I have a Macy Kirby and a Kirby Brown, so that's going to give me fits all game long. I can already tell. I'll just say Kirby and be done with it. Harrell tries to break the pressure. Good job of the later. Here's another forced turnover as they get a hand on the ball and deflects it right to a teammate. Here's Kirby inside, misses the easy one. Rebound goes to Number 24, Keisha Dalton. She gives it up to Asia. Asia will bring it across the half-court line. She'll set it up. Lady Cougars trail by 9, 23-14. 5 minutes to go, first half. Or in the second quarter, here's a ball knocked away. Herrig fighting for the loose ball in front of the Raider bench. And it goes out of bounds off of Cleveland State. Another Cleveland State turnover. Coach Thompson is not a happy camper at the moment. With good reason. Roane State's out hustling Cleveland State at the moment. Under 5 minutes to play, first half. Here's a pass inside to Kirby. Shot is no good. Rebound Herrig. She's knocked down. Ball is just taken away from her by Hendershot. Good hustle by Catherine Hendershot that time to get the bucket. Harrell dishes over to Kirsten for three. It's good. Kirsten Hudson with the three-pointer for Cleveland State. And that was sorely needed. 25-17. Closest Lady Cougars have been in a while. Here's a turnover the other direction. Lacey with the steal. She's taking it in and loses the ball in the lane. Ball fought far, and have we got a jump ball? Or was somebody out of bounds? So apparently she was out of bounds, and I didn't see the jump ball signal. Out of bounds. All right, thank you, sir. Dalton to throw it in. Benefield back in the ball game in the corner. Pass inside, slapped away. Harrell gets it back. And McGahey tries to take it away. Harrell in the lane. Good. So the Lady Cougars have cut it to 6, 25-19. Just over 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. Lady Raiders with the basketball and the lead. They've led the entire way. McGahey takes it to the lane, and she is fouled. I believe that one's on Asia. That's her second. Lady Cougars already in some foul trouble here early in the ball game. That's 2 on Asia, and Nikki Jones is going to have to sit out for a while with 3 fouls already. Here's a pass inside. Back over in the corner to McGahey. Out front to Kirby. Kirby back to McGahey. She'll set up the play. Good little point guard. She is fearless as she takes it to the hole. Hendershot with thought about a 3. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Throws up a wild shot. Kirby. And out of bounds off of Dalton. And we got to reset the shot clock. Keisha Dalton was fighting for the rebound, but it went out of bounds off of her. Is it Cleveland State basketball? They're going to rule a shot clock violation. That'll do. Dalton will bring it across the timeline. She is trapped and gets away with a double dribble. Hudson puts the move on. Spin move. Can't get a shot off. Benefield back out front. Less than 3 minutes to go. Second quarter. Harrell working on McGahey. Over to Benefield. Lady Cougars cutting through the lane, but Roane State with the defense. 3 seconds of shot clock. Three-pointer Hudson, no good. Rebound off of Catherine Kirby Brown. Hudson does a great job of smacking at it, and it goes off the shin of Brown out of bounds. Cleveland State will get the turnover. Lady Cougars trail by 6 with the basketball. Ball passed inside to Benefield. Benefield has it knocked away. There's McGahey again with her hand in the cookie jar. Lady Cougar basketball underneath her own bucket. Pass inside to Benefield. Back over in the corner to Dalton. Benefield can't get it back inside. Dalton has it slapped away. Hudson comes up with a loose ball. Lady Cougars out-hustled them to the ball that time. Benefield inside, throws it away, and out of bounds to Roane State. Roane State overplaying the passing lanes, and they're playing an outstanding defense. Lady Cougars, to tell you the truth, are lucky to be this close this early in the ball game, as Roane State the defensive pressure has been impressive. Here's McGahey down the line, dishes off to Hendershot. No, can't get a shot up. Back to Kirby. McGahey back out front. Inside to Kirby. Shot no good. Rebound goes to Hendershot outside for three, and she knocks it down. So Hendershot puts the Lady Raiders back up by 9 with 1:38 to go, first half. Benefield out front, pass inside to Hudson. Hudson puts a move on. Shot no good, hit the underside of the rim that time. Hendershot, here goes Varnum. Summer Varnum down the lane for a layup. That was a nice move, 30-19. Lady Raiders on top. Over to Dalton. Hudson, bad pass, out of bounds. Lady Cougars with another turnover. Lady Cougars going to have to cut down on the turnovers. Mr. Referee didn't like that comment. 111. Three-pointer, no good. 111, under a minute to play, first half. Here's a McGahey over to Smith, inside to Varnum. Varnum gets it back to Smith. Three-pointer, Hendershot, no good. Rebound goes to Harrell. She fumbles it away. Smith with the loose ball, air ball, saved to Cleveland State. Harrell gets it down court to Deja Lacey. Lacey with the left-handed layup. It is good. So after all that, the Lady Cougars come up with a bucket there, 30-21. Lady Cougars trail by 9 once again. And the Lady Raiders are going to hold it for one shot. 17 seconds, first half. Coach Harnish calling out the play. McGahey out front, Harrell on her. Over in the corner, three-pointer, no good. That's a push-off, got away with that one. Inside to Smith. Smith out front at the buzzer. Three-pointer by McGahey is no good. Halftime, 30-21. Lady Cougars trail Roane State by 9 points at the half. We hope to have a little talk with Marcus Averhart here in just a minute, if we can see what we can come up with here. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we'll be right back. Halftime score, 30-21, Lady Raiders on top.
Yeah, the driver won't download on here. It won't find it. This is my computer, so it could be something. Right, so I'm just sending it to myself and then print it off on there. Pull up gmail.com. I will log in real quick. You can
Marcus was supposed to come by. Who was Marcus Averhart? There's speak of the man. Have a seat, brother. All right. Brian Grissom.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, buddy. All right, we are at halftime. Lady Cougars trail 30-21 of the Roane State Lady Raiders, and we are joined by the man of the hour from Saturday. He's already shaking his head in humility there. We are joined by Marcus Averhart, and Marcus, I gotta ask you, buddy, you pick up the loose ball the other day. What are you thinking there as you go?
I mean, we got one chance to win, so I just thought win or go home. Or we're gonna go to overtime, so. Took the shot.
Did you look up the clock, or did you know you were about out of time?
Yeah, I mean, everybody was kind of like, my bench was already saying it out loud, count down from 3. So once I heard 3, 2, had to let it go from half court.
Did you know when you let it go it was going in?
It did feel good. I ain't gonna lie. It did feel good when I let my hands.
Hey, I tell you what, I was up in the rafters calling that one, and I helped. See, I got an assist on that one because I helped lean that one in. But seriously, it was a tremendous shot. Have you ever hit one of those before?
That was my first one, my first game winner right there.
Feels pretty good, huh?
It does.
Good deal. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself now. Where you from? Where'd you play high school ball?
I played high school in Clarksville, Tennessee at Northeast High School
Northeast.
for 3 years, and then my freshman year I played at Fort Campbell on post.
Fort Campbell. All right. So come to the bottom of the state, see how we do things down here, huh? Tell me about your time here at Cleveland State.
It's been good. I've just been keeping my nose in my hard work, and staying with the books and everything. So just staying with my work ethic too. Just getting shots up every day. That's about it.
Got Coach Howard keeping you in line, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's what I like to hear, keeping those grades, and that's the important thing right there. Tell me a little bit about now. What's the biggest difference between Clarksville area and here in Cleveland?
I say in basketball, I say it's more pace. Like, you got to slow things down in college. Take your time and see everything. High school is much fast paced. It was more of a rush in high school. Now you got to control, know the game more, understand what's going on in the court. So it's a big adjustment, but I'm getting used to it.
Good deal, good deal. Hey, I appreciate you coming by and talking with us at halftime. Congratulations on that shot. Maybe we'll get one in the tournament here later on. Hey, I appreciate you coming by. That was Marcus Averhart coming by and talking with us for a little bit here at halftime. We are at halftime, Lady Cougars. I hope to have some halftime stats here in just a few minutes as we feverishly work with our printer over here. I'm going to it's about 11 minutes to go before the second half starts. I'm going to take a 7 or 8 minute break, and we'll be right back right here on the Cleveland State Basketball Network. I'm good. Thank you.
It's good. Broadcast coming good. You like it down here? I see you trying to look around the officials and
Well,
stuff.
that's a minor issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the.
Yeah.
I can
Stats.
I can see the numbers down here.
Yep.
These Cleveland State numbers are hard to see.
Are they really?
Yeah. Thank you. We gotta be careful. That thing it picks it up. They can hear my music talking. I gotta get me a cloth or something to lay over it. When I lay it down, it'll pick something up we don't want on the air.
That's a little bit.
We're going to do.
We're good. I'm just going to email it, and then it'll print it off.
Yeah, like I said, get a second computer that.
I thought about bringing my own printer up, and I was like, nah, it'll be
But
fine.
this loaded up on that right away.
I know, this computer's old, so it could just be that.
Because Johnny
having trouble finding it.
Painter was here last week, and he had an old Dell too, and it wouldn't load up on his.
Yeah.
So.
mom be proud. Oh, yeah. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color with you from El Quentin Lane Gymnasium. We are at halftime. Lady Cougars trail the Lady Raiders of Roane State 30-21 at halftime. And as I look at the old stat sheet here at halftime, I'm actually surprised that we're that close. The game is that close, just a 9-point game. I was afraid the turnovers might be the problem. 17 turnovers in the first half for Cleveland State. And you've got to give Roane State defense some credit on that because they were all over everywhere. It seemed like there were 6 ladies out there at some times because they got their fingertips on ball after ball, causing 17 turnovers. And they had 9. So there's an 8 advantage right there. The rebounding, 22-19 in favor of the much taller Roane State, which is not too bad. But then you look at the offensive rebounds. That's the big difference. 13 offensive rebounds for Roane State in the first half. That's a killer right there. Point totals, nothing jumping off the page. Catherine Hendershot had 13 points, including a 3-pointer in the first half. And Braylon McGahey with 6 points to lead the Roane State ladies at halftime. Let's see. Cleveland State. Asia Harrell with 5 points and Kirsten Hudson with 7 to lead the way for the Lady Cougars. But that the offensive rebounds and the 17 turnovers, that's the story of the first half. The ladies are warming up back on the court. We're going to take a 1-minute break. We'll be back with the second half right here on the Cougar Sports Network.
Like a little schedule of like maybe have
Oh, the league also.
Yeah. Well, after his.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll have some time. Should have some time prior to, or maybe even. Maybe in between games if I can get him over here. Yeah.
Yeah, just run them my way. That'd be great. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. We are ready for the second half as Coach Polly rolls the old basketball trolley off the court. Good crowd on hand tonight. Good to see Coach Sig over there in the corner. We're going to honor Coach his son, Lee Sigliano, at halftime, and hope to have a talk with him here after the ceremony. Well-deserved ceremony. Lee's been a good friend of mine for a long time. Looking forward to talking with him here on our broadcast. Looks like we're going to go with the same starters we had to start in the first of the ball game, as Asia Harrell, Deja Lacey, Emma Herrig, Keisha Dalton, and Nikki. Nikki's got 3 fouls, so Benefield. Michaela Benefield will start in her place here to start the second half. Let's see. McGay Hay and Hendershot, Roark, Brown, and Smith on the floor. Same starting 5 for Roane State. We're underway. Here's a pass inside to Herrick. Out front to Hudson. 3-pointer, no good. Rebound, Benefield puts it back up and in. That's what the Lady Cougars have to have. Got to have some offensive rebounds to get back in this ball game. 31-23, just underway here in the second half. If you're riding around out there and looking for something to do, here's a pass inside to Smith. Nope, that's Brown with the bucket for Roane State. 32-23. Come on by. We got plenty of room for you, and we'll even have a hot dog saved for you at the concession stand. Lady Cougars with the basketball. Just getting underway here in the second half, third quarter. I'll struggle with that for a while. The ladies play quarters and the men are still playing 2 halves. Here's a pass inside to Herrick. Rebound, no shot, no good. Rebound Hudson, no good. She is tossed out of the lane, but no call. Here's the pass off to McGay Hayes. She drives the lane. Ball is kicked. I believe it's off of her foot. That was a good job. I believe Lacey got a hand on it, and it went off of McGay Hayes' foot and out of bounds. Turnover, Roane State. Hudson will throw it in for the Lady Cougars. Full court pressure. It gave the Lady Cougars fits in the first half. Get it into Lacey. Back to Hudson. Hudson drives the lane. Toss inside to Benefield. Benefield is trapped. Gets it back out front. Yeah, she picked her foot up. That was a good call. Turnover, Lady Cougars. 32-23. McGahey brings it across the timeline. Inside to Smith. Smith tries to pass it inside to Brown. Loose ball fought for, and a foul. Do we have a foul called? We do. Foul is on Lady Raiders. Hendershot. That's her first. Lady Cougars bring it the other direction. Hudson out front, gives it to Benefield. Benefield back to Harrell. Harrell loses the ball, picks it back up. Inside to Hudson. Hudson with the move, up and in. Kirsten Hudson with a nice move. And that'll cut it back to 7 points. Here's a pass over in the corner, shot too long. Rebound fought for. Smith comes out of there with it. Rebounding edge heavy in the favor of Roane State. Here's McGahey with a wild shot in the paint. Rebound goes to Hudson. She's on the run. Hudson gets it inside. Scoop shot is no good, but she is fouled. Could be McGahey. We'll see. Nope, that one's on Shelby Smith. That's 2 on Smith and 2 on Justice. And let's see, for the Lady Cougars, 2 on Harold and 3 on Nikki Jones. First free throw is good. You'll have to excuse my throat. I'm battling a little bit of a cold. Second free throw is good. 32-27. Lady Cougars cut it to 5. Anybody's ball game. A battle of 2 undefeated teams in a big conference game. Here's a shot by Smith. No good. Little 12-footer was off to the left. Rebound by Benefield. That's huge rebound in there. Lady Cougars need some one and done. Trips down the floor. Harrell pulls up with a 2-pointer. It's short. Rebound goes to McGahey. And the ball goes out of bounds to Roane State. Kirby Brown will throw it in to Hendershot. Hendershot will bring it across the timeline. Back to Brown. Inside. Who's tied up by Harrig. My goodness. Chloe Roark lost the ball. Cleveland State on the run. Harrell, left-handed hook, scoop shot is good. And it's 32-29. Lady Cougars have cut it to 3. Brown in the corner, trapped. McGahey trapped in the corner. Good defense. Lady Cougars have picked up their step just a little bit here in the second half. Here's a short jumper. No good. Rebound to Smith. Smith. And the rebound goes to Brown inside. 34-29. Roane State needs a timeout. Coach Harnish wants to talk things over as Cleveland State has the hot hand to start the second half. And they have cut a 9-point halftime lead to 5, 34-29. 30-second timeout on the court. Just getting underway here in the second quarter. Coach Thompson talking it over with her ladies. Our next broadcast and next home game will be 2 weeks from tonight. On the first day of December as Walters State comes to town for a 5:30 women's matchup, and men to follow. December the 1st, 2 weeks from tonight will be our next broadcast. All right, we're ready to go. Hudson throws it into Harrell. Harrell trapped in the backcourt. And she's going to break the pressure by herself. Here's a pass inside to Benefield. Benefield catches, puts it up, and she is fouled. Good job by Michaela that time. Foul is on Shelly Smith, and now that's 3 on Smith. The starting center for Roane State, number 4, Zahara Justice, will check in. First free throw by Benefield is a little short. She'll get another. Second free throw, in and out. 0 for 2 for Michaela. Lady Raiders. And Coach Harnish didn't like the call down there, so he's going to pick up a quick technical. So that's a break for the Lady Cougars as they'll stroll down here and shoot a couple of free throws. Coach Harnish has not been happy for a while with the officiating, and they teed him up. First free throw by Asia. Nothing but net. We'll take those free ones all day long. Second free throw. It's good. So that cuts it to a 3-point lead, 34-31. Lady Cougars trail by 3. That's the closest they've been since the first quarter. Coach Harnish picked up a technical. So we'll see if the Lady Cougars can ride the momentum. Lady Cougars have had the momentum since they since they came out of the locker room for the second half. So we'll see if they can sustain it. Both teams undefeated, as we've mentioned, and both teams playing hard out there. Here's a pass over in the corner to Brown. Thinks about a three. Cross-court pass inside. Emma Herrig with the punch away. Lacey, spin move in the bank. Beautiful jaunt. Deja Lacey. And it's a 1-point ball game as the Lady Raiders have a 1-point lead and basketball. Here's a three-pointer by Hendershot. No good. Rebound goes to Hudson. Hudson gets it off to Benefield. Oh, and she throws it away. Tough break right there. McGahey to the hole. Throws it up and in. McGahey puts the Lady Raiders back up by 3. Harrell splits the defense. Takes it to the hole. Puts it up. Just couldn't get it over the rim. Rebound to Roane State. Number 21, Varnum on the run. Over in the corner to Hendershot. Lady Raiders will back it out and set up the offense. Varnum over in the corner, back to McGahey. She's going to drive the lane. Dishes it off to number 4, Justice, Zahara Justice. Back out front. McGahey just has to throw one up. And did they call a foul? Oh, my. Tough break, Lady Cougars, as the shot clock went off and the whistle at the same time. So that'll send Braylon McGahey to the free throw line. First free throw is good. Macy Kirby about to check back in for Roane State. Second free throw rolls around and comes out this time. So 1 out of 2. So Michaela Benefield had some help stepping out of bounds right there, but to no avail. And so it's a turnover, Lady Cougars. Here's the inbounds pass. Out front to Hendershot. Hendershot looking for McGahey. Can't get it to her. Brown, Kirby inside to Brown. Three-pointer, McGahey, no good. Rebound to Hudson. Kirsten Hudson on the run. She's going to take it to the hole. Throws it up. No good. Rebound to McGahey. And she'll take it the other direction. Braylon McGahey. Over to Kirby. Inside to Varnum. Up and in. So the Lady Cougars have cut it to 1, and now it's back to a 6-point advantage. 39-33. Here's a short jumper by Hudson. No good. Rebound goes to Varnum. Varnum dishes into the corner to McGahey. And back out front to Hendershot. Over to Macy Kirby. Shot no good. Rebound to Hudson. Gives it to Asia. Asia Harrell drives the lane, dishes to Benefield, and the ball is knocked out of bounds by Roane State. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. Kirsten Hudson will take a break as Nikki Jones comes back in with 3 minutes to go, third quarter. Here's a three-pointer by Harrell, no good. Benefield with the offensive rebound. Michaela Benefield, offensive rebound. Kirby carries it, gets away with it. Good defense by Harrell that time. Hendershot. Dalton all over her like a glove. Back to Hendershot. She drives baseline, puts it up and in. Nice move on the baseline by Catherine Hendershot that time. 2:30 to go. Third quarter. Things are heating up here at the Q. Benefield at the free throw line. Beautiful pass inside to Herrig for the layup. 41-37. Lady Cougars trail by 4. Roane State with the basketball. Inside pass slapped away by Harrell. Here comes Lacey down the lane. Left-handed shot is up and in! Hoop and harm. That's what the Lady Cougars needed. Number 3, Addison Frazier, checks back in for the Lady Raiders. As Deja Lacey with a beautiful drive to the basket, got fouled, got it to go in, and she's going to try to convert the three-point play. 2 minutes and 1 second to go, third quarter. Free throw, nothing but net. 41-40, Lady Cougars trail by a point. Hinder shot, gets away with a carry. Beautiful defense by Nikki Jones. They got her trapped. They call a foul. Oh, the foul number 4. Foul number 4 on Nikki Jones. That's a tough call right there because Nikki had her hemmed up in the corner. And the Lady Cougars. So, Roane State basketball with nursing a 1-point lead. Nearing the end of the third quarter. Here's a pass inside Kirby to Smith. Back outside to Hinder shot. Three-pointer. In and out. And rebound fought for. Jump ball called. It will be Roane State basketball in the alternate possession. 1:34. Third quarter. 2 undefeated teams, and it's a 1-point game. Hinder shot. Her foot was on the line. No good. Rebound Benefield. Over to Lacey. Lacey going to put it on the floor and bring it across the timeline. Roane State in their relentless pressure. Deja Lacey with the basketball out front. She's going to drive the lane. Oh, beautiful pass. Drive and dish to Benefield. And the Lady Cougars take their first lead of the ball game. 1 minute to go in the third quarter. Here's a turnover. Lady Raiders. Cleveland State with the ball in a 1-point lead, 42-41. Cleveland State has rode the momentum in the second half. Here's a pass inside to Benefield. Puts it up. Off the glass and in. Michaela Benefield. Picking up the big buckets in the paint. A 3-point lead for the Lady Cougars. Cleveland State trailed by as many as 12 points in the first half, and now they lead by 3. 20 seconds to go. Here's Hendershot down the lane with a drive. Nice job by the Lady Raiders. 16 seconds to go. Harrell breaks the pressure, brings it across the timeline for Cleveland State. Pulls up for a three-pointer. Nothing but net. It's good. 47-43. Lady Cougars. Here's a shot at the buzzer. Hendershot. Air ball. Lady Cougars took over in the third quarter. 47-43. Cleveland State by 4 after 3 quarters of play. The Lady Cougars have stepped their game up from their sluggish start, and they lead going into the final quarter of the ball game. You're listening to Cleveland State basketball. We'll take a break with them. Be back with fourth quarter action.
And at halftime of the men's game tonight, we'll recognize Coach Lee Siguiano, who recently announced his retirement from Cleveland State. That's halftime of the men's game.
You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. We've got a barn burner. Lady Cougars trailed for most of the ball game. We're down by as many as 12 points in the first half, and they have come all the way back. Must have been a rousing halftime speech by Coach Evelyn Thompson because the Lady Cougars have come out and dominated the third quarter. 47-43, Cleveland State with the basketball on the alternate possession to start the fourth quarter, and a 4-point lead. Dalton out front to Harrell. Harrell inside to Benefield. Benefield puts it up. No good. Rebound fought for. And we have a foul called on Kaisha Dalton. That's 3 on Kaisha. Number 15, Kirby Brown, checks back in for Roane State, along with Hendershot, Addison Frazier, and Summer Varnum, and Smith. Shelby Smith, the 5 on the floor for Roane State. Harold, Dalton, Hudson, Benefield, and Harrig on the floor for Cleveland State. Lady Cougars sinking back in their zone defense this time down the court. Roane State not really wanting to shoot the 3, but there's a ball, a loose ball. Hudson gets her hand on it. Harold takes it away from her. Did they call a foul or was she out of bounds? I believe they said that she was out of bounds, so that will be Lady Raider basketball. They're talking about resetting the shot clock. That's a tough one there. So, Roane State will get 20 seconds on the shot clock. Three-pointer is off the backboard. No good. Rebound to Smith. Puts it up and in. So, offensive rebound for the Lady Raiders. Smith on the boards. Harrell brings it across the timeline. The pressure by Roane State is relentless. Here goes Dalton to the hole. She gets it to go in, and she is fouled. Beautiful job by Kaisha Dalton that time. And the foul is called on number 15, Kirby Brown. That's 2 on Kirby. And Kaisha will have a chance at a three-point play. Shot is no good. And so the score will stand at 49-45. Lady Cougars on top. Just under 9 minutes to go in the ball game. Here's a driving layup by Hendershot. It's good. 49-47. We're headed for a barn burner of an end right here, folks. Harrell gets it across the timeline to Hudson. Hudson to Benefield. Benefield up and in. That's the way you break the press. 51-47. Lady Cougars with a 4-point lead. Here's a three-pointer from the corner. No good by Hendershot. Rebound, Lady Cougars. Harrell comes out of there with the basketball. Takes it to the hole. And she is going to be fouled by number 3, Addison Frazier. That's her first foul. Dalton will throw it in underneath her own bucket. Out front to Hudson, three-pointer, in and out. Benefield with the offensive rebound, puts it up, and she is fouled. Got to be careful slamming the ball there. Benefield. First free throw is up and in for Michaela. She'll get another. Second free throw is good. 53-47, largest lead of the night for the Lady Cougars at 5 points. Hendershot out front. Dalton's all over. She loses the basketball. Benefield comes up with a loose ball. Dalton on the run. She's going to take it to the hole. Give it up to Hudson. To Harrig. Harrig with the three-footer. It's good. And the Lady Cougars move it to an 8-point advantage. 55-47, 7:35 to go in the ball game. Cleveland State's been a different team here in the second half. Smith backs down Harrig in the lane. No good. Rebound out of bounds off of Smith. Kirby Brown. Ball goes off of Kirby Brown out of bounds. And it's a turnover. Lady Raiders. McGahey will come in. And Frazier will take a break. Full court pressure by the Lady Raiders as they've done the entire ball game. Long pass to Benefield up across the timeline. Back out front to Harrell. Harrell guarded by the Lady Raiders. There's a nice runner off balance. And would you believe it, a 10-point lead, 57-47. McGahey falls down, loses the ball for a second. Varnum picks it up, got away with the travel. Here's Kirby in the lane with a shot. Macy Kirby puts a stop to the bleeding momentarily for the Lady Raiders. 57-49, Cleveland State by 8. Here's Hudson. Hudson's, tough pass. But they get it across. Lady Cougars almost turned it over right there. They seem to have more energy here in the second half. And they lead by 8. 57-40. Here's a pass inside. Herrick to Benefield. Benefield up. Misses the shot. Herrick. Rebound. Tip no good. Lady Cougars missed a good golden opportunity that time. Oh, got to be a travel. Good defense that time by Dalton and Harrell as they force a travel and a turnover by the Lady Raiders. 6:18 to go, fourth quarter. The Lady Cougars have done a complete about-face in the second half. That third quarter was crucial as they caught and passed the Lady Raiders. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Lady Cougars have turned a 12-point deficit in the first half into an 8-point lead. They were up by 10 just a second ago. 57-49, 6:14 to go, fourth quarter. The Lady Cougars have picked up the pace, and I'll just be honest with you folks, I didn't know if they would be able to with the pressure that Roane State applied in the first half, but it's just been a tale of two halves, and the Lady Cougars are in the position now of putting this one on ice if they can just keep going, but we've got a long way to go. Harrell out front. Roane State has not let up on their pressure, that's for sure. Here's Benefield inside, off the glass and in. Back to a 10-point lead for Cleveland State. Michaela Benefield has been the spur. Here's a steal. Harrell over to Lacey, back to Harrell for the layup. And the Lady Cougars lead goes to 12. They trailed by 12. They lead by 12. 5:25 to go in the ball game. Here's a long three-pointer, McGahey. No good. Rebound to Herrick. And she loses it out of bounds. Emma and Kirby Brown fighting for the rebound, and the ball goes out of bounds off of Emma. Good hustle in there. Emma's playing hard. Here's a pass out front, stolen away by Hudson. Hudson up ahead to Lacey. Deja Lacey for the layup. It's good. Largest lead of the game for Cleveland State. (63-49). Lady Cougars on top by 14. Macy Kirby out front to McGahey. McGahey looking to Varnum in the corner. Back to Kirby to Varnum. 6 seconds to shoot. Hinder shot. Shot is no good, but she is going to be fouled. by Hudson. First foul on Kirsten Hudson. 4:43 to go. Fourth quarter. Lady Cougars have come out of the halftime break with a mission on their mind, and they have turned this game completely around. Free throw by Hendershot is good. She'll get another. Second free throw by Catherine Hendershot is also good. 63-51, 12-point Lady Cougar lead. They have the basketball. Full court pressure. They're going to back off just a little bit. Try to get a half-court trap. Michaela will bring it across the timeline. She gives it up to Harrell. Harrell takes it to the hole. Left-handed scoop shot up and good. That was a thing of beauty. 65-51, Asia Harrell. Hendershot out front with the basketball. Over to Kirby. Three-pointer. In and out. No good. Benefield clears the boards. Long pass to Lacey. Lacey with the layup. She is hammered. Shot was no good. Let's see if she hit her elbow or her knee or both there. Foul is on Macy Kirby, her first. And Deja, I think she hit her funny bone. She's flexing that elbow there. But she's going to stroll to the free throw line. That elbow, she banged it hard there. Nikki Jones checks back in for the Lady Cougars as Kirsten will take a break. Deja's ready now. Got that elbow working in the right direction. Left-handed free throw. Up. Nothing but net. Deja's had an outstanding ball game. She'll look for another free throw here. 66-51. Lady Cougars looking for their largest lead of the ball game. Second free throw off the back rim. No good. 66-51. It's all Lady Cougars here in the fourth quarter. Hendershot with a drive to the bucket. 66-53. Under 4 minutes to play. Lacey brings it up court, backs it back out, inside to Herrig. Herrig backing down. Left-handed shot is blocked by Brown. Brown, ball is stolen by Lacey. Inside to Herrig. Shot's no good, but she is fouled by Summer Varnum. And Emma Herrig will go to the free throw line. I believe this is her first free throws of the night. Emma has had an outstanding ball game down there in the tall trees. Ball bounces about 5 times and bounces in. Good. Second free throw for Emma Herrick. Zip. 68-53. Lady Cougars by 15. 3:40 to go in the ball game. Here's a pass to the corner. Kirby stolen away by Harrell. Over to Herrick. Nikki Jones on the run. Nikki's going to take it to the hole. And they call a jump ball. That was a good defensive play by McGahey that time. And on the alternate possession, it will be Lady Raider basketball. 3:27 to go. Lady Cougars by 15. I didn't think I'd be saying Lady Cougars by 15, but that's the story, folks. As they have come out like their shorts were on fire here in the second half, and it's been all Cleveland State in the third and fourth quarter. McGahey drives the lane, and Asia Harrell will be called for the foul. That's her fourth foul. And what was about to be a problem as far as fouls are concerned for the Lady Cougars is a non-factor now because a 15-point lead will take care of that. Here comes Michaela Benefield out with a well-deserved rest as she has been part of the deciding factor in this ball game for the Lady Cougars. Here's a pass inside, Lady Raiders, to number 21, Summer Varnum. 68-55, under 3 minutes to play. Lacey over to Dalton. Dalton is trapped right here at the scorer's table. And Hendershot will be called for the foul. That's her second foul. As Kaisha Dalton will go to the free throw line. 2:53 to go, fourth quarter. Lady Cougars by 13. First free throw by Dalton is good. She'll get another. Second free throw is off the rim, no good. 1 out of 2 for Kaisha. 69-55. Oh, out front to McGahey. Nikki Jones on her. Short jumper on the baseline, no good by Hendershot. Ball is knocked out of bounds. Shelby Smith will check in for the Lady Raiders as Kirby Brown will check out. 2:37 to go. Barring a miracle, the Lady Cougars are going to run their record of 5-0, 2-0 in conference play as the battle of the unbeatens rolls on. Here's a short jumper by Varnum. Summer Varnum cuts it to 12. Deja Lacey will break the pressure, gets it across to Dalton. Dalton inside to Herrick. Herrick, left-handed shot, no good. Nikki Jones had it for a second. And now she picks up the loose ball, but loses it again. Smith over. Three-pointer, Hendershot, no good. Ball tapped out of bounds. And the Lady Raiders will keep it. 1:58 to go in the ball game. Michaela Benefield will check back in for the Lady Cougars. 12-point lead, Roane State basketball. Emma will get a break. McGahey throws it away. Here goes Nikki to the hole, gets it blocked. Harrell with the rebound. Offensive rebounds. Harrell, short jumper, no good. Rebound goes to McGahey. Coach Thompson wanted to back it out a little bit that time. She throws her hands up. McGahey out front. Gives it up to number 11, Corbin Witherspoon, into the ball game for Roane State. Hendershot out front. Inside to Smith. Smith dishes to Hendershot. No good. Rebound goes to the Lady Cougars. Lacey with the rebound. And Asia Harrell will bring it across the timeline. Throw it over in the corner to Dalton. Dalton. She is going forward over to Michaela. Michaela, short jumper. No good. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the ball game. The Lady Cougars are going to put this one in the win column. Shelby Smith, turn around. No, can't get the shot off. Got away with a travel. McGahey drives the lane. She has it slapped away, but the foul is called. Deja Lacey picks up her first foul of the ball game. 52 seconds to go in the contest. Two undefeated teams are about to become one as the Lady Cougars are going to keep their record unblemished and move it to 5-0. 2-0 in conference record in about 52 seconds. First free throw, but McGahey is good. Second free throw by McGahey, the little point guard. Nothing but net. She's smooth as silk on the free throw line. Addison Frazier checks in, and McGahey will take a break. She's played an outstanding basketball game for the Lady Raiders. Benefield to throw it in, full court pressure. Over to Jones, Nikki Jones. She breaks the pressure, brings it across the timeline. Lady Cougars will dribble around a little bit and expire this clock and put the win on the board. Jones to the hole, dishes to Dalton, up and in. Exclamation point. (71-55). 59. Here's a steal. Dalton, 20 seconds to go. She's going to lay it up and in. 73-59. 16 seconds to play. Lady Cougars, they're just rolling right along. They're going to roll to win number 5. Here's a pass inside to Hendershot. No good. Benfield with the rebound. Somebody turned an ankle, or she's holding her head. Asia is holding her ear. I did not see what happened as she's hurting badly as she goes to the bench. As Kirsten Hudson will go back in for the last 5 seconds. Here's a long court down pass down court. Lacey misses the layup. There's the buzzer. 73-59. Lady Cougars with a big win of the previously 7-0 Roane State Lady Raiders. They go to 7-1. Lady Cougars go to 5-0. And more importantly, 2-0 in region play. The Lady Raiders dropped to 1-1 in region action. As the ladies shake hands here in front court, we're going to take a 2-minute break. 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Please take a recognize the 2021 men's basketball team for their TJCCAA East Division Championship and NJCAA Region 7 runner-up. That's prior to the men's game after the warm-ups. Maybe halftime of the men's, we'll have a recognition event for Mr. Lee Sigliano, Coach Sigliano, who recently retired as men's coach here at Cleveland State.
So we had 3 in the second half. Yeah. That's the difference. Yep. They had 30 points in the first half. 20 off turnovers, 7 second chance points.
Brian, you get the game set?
Thank you.
Jackson couldn't get transportation.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Winston Neal called me at Columbia and told me that was going to happen for Jackson because they ain't got money to play the game tomorrow. There's no repercussions for them apparently. We ain't got time to reschedule it. They're wanting to reschedule it 2 days before the tournament. And I'm like, okay.
Cleveland, 1, 11, 21, 23, 35.
Okay.
Roane, 0, 1, 13, 23, 24.
Thank you, sir.
That's way 24 hours. Well, can I grab theirs and I'll get out your hair? Is that okay? 0-1.
Have a seat over here. We'll do it this direction.
I can't say the cuss words right now.
We'll leave those out. You're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network, and I am joined by a very happy to have a win. She gave me the eye there. But anyway, by Coach Evelyn Thompson. Coach, I tell you what, you're talking about a tale of two halves. You must have given them the old win one for the Gipper speech at halftime.
Well, it was win one for something, but it wasn't the Gipper. But yeah, it truly was a difference between two halves. We came in, I think, a little overconfident maybe the first half and just doing things that were out of character, not really motivated and locked in on defense. And, you know, it showed on the scoreboard. We were down by, 9? Yes, and our turnovers. We ended up with only 3 in the second half turnovers. We had 17 at the half. And it was basically us turning the ball over and not doing what we needed to do and taking care of the ball. So at halftime, yes, they got the pep talk at halftime. And we came out with a different attitude.
I knew it without even asking because it was a different team that came out, that's for sure. And I felt that, you got to give Roane State some credit. They're a good ball team, and they really came out. They were ready to play. They hit us with a full court defense. They caused a lot of those turnovers. But I felt that those 17 turnovers and 13 offensive rebounds in the first quarter, we should have been behind by more than we were.
Absolutely. I looked up at the scoreboard at halftime, and I was shocked that we were only down by 9. And so, we came back in the second half and just took over and did what we had to do defensively. And then offensively, we finally got everything rolling. Instead of trying to run our offense over on the sideline, we started running in the middle. We actually started listening, talking to each other, and anytime we talk and our enthusiasm is up, that equates for us a win. And so we got out there and came out there with we ended up with 4 people in double figures. We got closer rebounding wise, and so I'm not exactly happy, but I'm just happy that we won.
Hey, it's a win. It's a conference win. We're 2-0. That's what we'll concentrate on.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, now there's a lot of ladies played well tonight. You're going to have to talk about Michaela Benefield a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Michaela has been nursing an injury, and we've been trying to, yes, and we've been trying to sit her out and rest her until we needed her. And, hats off to Roane State. They made us pull her off the bench tonight, and so a little bit earlier than we anticipated. So we had to have her. She came out and gave us 16 points tonight, 10 rebounds, so she came out with a double-double. coming back, and I think that speaks volumes about what a competitor she is.
Oh, and you could tell it, and we had to have an answer for their trees inside because for a lot of the first half, we got one shot, and that's it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the thing that you can always depend on Michaela for is to compete. She also is that spark, that energy. She talks and she makes us and demands that her teammates, rise to the level that she's playing. Whether she's hurt or not, she's going to be out there. Either she's going to be on the bench talking or she's going to be out on the court talking. So she was absolutely the difference in the game tonight.
Absolutely, she was. And I haven't looked at the stat sheet yet, but it was a total team effort. And once momentum started in the third quarter, you could see the snowball rolling, and it didn't stop. You look, usually there's a run and there's an end to a run. There was no end to the run. It went from 12 down to 12 up.
Right. Well, I mean, during the pep talk at halftime, I told them that if we didn't come out with a win tonight, then there was going to be some consequences for that. And so all I wanted them to do is come out in the second half and focus on the team that we are instead of, throwing the ball over the court and look like a middle school team. We came out and showed people that we have the capability of coming back and putting ourselves together and putting the second half together that would allow us to win.
Well, I hope you recorded that because you may need to pull it back out at some point in the season.
Oh, I've got a lot of them. Don't worry.
Hey, Coach, I really appreciate you coming by and talking with me at halftime. It was a great win for the Lady Cougars. We're undefeated. Bottom line.
Absolutely, absolutely. 5-0. We go to Southwest, our first travel game on Saturday. They're going to be a really tough team. Oh, absolutely. It's always a knockdown drag out when we go play Southwest. So tune in, cheer for us, pray for us, whatever you got to do, because Saturday is going to be a tough one.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for stopping by and talking with us here at halftime. We're about 6 minutes away from the men's contest as the Cougars try to make it a clean sweep of the festivities here at Cleveland State, as we've got a ceremony for Coach Lee Sigliano at halftime of the men's contest, and we'll all stick around for that and talk to Coach Lee as we go along here tonight. We got about 5 minutes till we start the men's contest. I'm going to take a break, and we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. You're listening to Cleveland State Basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Headset so I can sit right here and give you a little color commentating.
Go back and forth?
He said he'd have to buy another headset. I said, well, hey, it might not work. It goes down runs everybody. How's it going? Wonderful. That's what Mike said. That's a great comeback. Hey, no, I didn't come Saturday. We blew a 12 to me. I heard about it. And it won at the buzzer. It was amazing. Well, it's going to happen one way or the other. You never know which way it's going to be. As a matter of fact, I put that in my story. I said, just the way you draw it up. That's good, though. They got the dub. Hey. I'll stay over. I want a headset. I'm going to sit right there and we'll do some games. That would be like my dream. That would be good. I would enjoy that.
I'm just going to go to the media center and be like, hey, I just need a headset for the night.
Can you get me one? Okay. All right. I'll be playing right there with you. And I won't interrupt you. I won't be one of those color commentary guys. But I got to have all the airtime. I'll be that guy. Only if you ask me a question.
It's not CBS where they go back.
Oh, I'd love to have that. Oh, yeah. It'd be great. So you'll have perspective of the game that I can't get. So, let me know. Hey, we'll do it. We just got one more night there. If we don't get it on Big Simmons first, we'll play on the intermediate. Okay, sounds good. Good deal, buddy. Hey, I'll talk to you after a while. After the ceremony. We'll get you on that. Let me know.
I'm gonna leave these. Oh, that's mine. I'm gonna leave these right here.
You got a full tank of gas?
How about that?
Won't get you far in a tight.
Well, okay.
Yeah, he drives a Nissan Titan that's lifted. You ain't gonna get too far.
Oh, okay. Yeah. To the next gas station.
Yeah.
Go get him, Coach.
Okay,
Let's
do
do it.
Come on, man. He made his way, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a great interview. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom. We've got one game in the books. Lady Cougars all over the Roane State Lady Raiders. 73-59 the final score. Lady Cougars trailed by 12 points first half. Turned it completely around. As you heard right here on the broadcast, our interview with Coach Evelyn Thompson, and she didn't pull any punches. She said she talked about the halftime pep talk. Halftime pep talk, and the Lady Cougars were a different team as they come out. Momentum swung over to the Cleveland State bench, and it was history after that. Lady Cougars go to 5-0, 2-0 in conference play on the young season. Roane State drops from the ranks of the unbeaten. They are 7-1 and 1-1 in conference play. Let me very quickly go over some stats. After shooting 40% in the first half, the Roane State ladies shot 34% for the ball game, while Cleveland State shot 30% in the first half and finished up with 45% shooting in the second half. That was a big key. The turnovers, I talked at halftime. Cleveland State had 17 turnovers at the half, finished the game with 20. 3 in the second half. They cleaned it up, and you see the results. Rebounding, the much taller Roane State team, 47-35. That's not too bad, but the offensive rebounds, Cleveland State got their share of the offensive rebounds with 13 in the second half. Very quickly, some point totals. Catherine Hendershot with 23, Brayla McGahey with 11 for Roane State. Summer Vaughn had 8. And for Cleveland State, Asia Harrell finishes with 18 points, had an outstanding ball game. Deja Lacey with 10. Nikki Jones battled foul trouble the whole game. She had 2 points. Emma Harrig had 9 points in the paint, and she worked again in amongst the trees. Keisha Dalton with 7 points. Kirsten Hudson with 11. Michaela Benefield, big time off the bench with 16 points and 10 big rebounds, a double-double for Michaela in the second half, especially as she spurred the second half comeback by the Lady Cougars. And we are ready to play basketball. We'll go over some more stats here in a little while on the ladies' game, but we're ready for the men to hit the floor as we take a deep breath. And we're going to do our ceremony for Coach Lee Sigliano.
Assistant coach Raphael Howard. And also assistant coach Caleb Colbert.
As we'll turn it over to our PA announcer for our
The returning players still with the team right now and playing for Christian Reed, Miss Reed.
for longtime coach Lee Sigliano here at Cleveland State. Watched Lee as he was a high school little skinny fella out there playing basketball at Cleveland High School, and he has been a tremendous coach for the Cougars as they won the championship last season in the Eastern Division.
Desmond Billingsley, R.J. Berkeley, Miles Tucker, Jalen Wooten, Damian Forrest, Nicholas Beard-Kennard, Brandon Charles, and Chad Haywood. Please see the championship banner hanging above the home bench. Let's give a big round of applause to the 2021 championship winners.
As we honor the championship banner and the members of the team that was on that team last season. Coach Sigliano.
Recognition ceremony for Mr. Lee Sigliano.
There we go. I got my ceremonies mixed up there. That was for the championship banner, and we'll talk to Lee after his ceremony at halftime. Starting lineups. for the Roane State Raiders. They come into the game with a 2-2 record and a 1-0 in conference play. Nate Spivey, Kaven Blankenship. Number 13 is Austin McKeehan. Floyd Williams is number 23, and Alec Kegler is number 24 to round up the starting five for Roane State. They in their traveling blue with red and white trim uniforms. The Cougars in their home gray with light blue and dark blue trim. Starting lineup for the Cougars is Chris Green, number 1. Number 11, the man of the hour. We enjoyed having a little talk with Marcus in halftime of the girls' game as he hit the game winner from half court last Saturday. Starting lineup, Marcus Averhart, Tony Sapp. Number 23 is Kwan Banks. And number 35, Miguel Shaw, rounds out the starting five for the Cougars. And we are ready to play basketball. The Cougars looking to make it a clean sweep of tonight's festivities. I see my good buddy Dan Lumpkins across the way over there. Dan, longtime Lady Cougar head coach, has come back for the ceremonies here tonight with Lee. So once again, Spivey, Blankenship, McKeon, Williams, and Kegler, the starting five for Roane State with a record of 2-2. And Green, Averhart, Sapp, Banks, and Miguel Shaw, the starting five for the Cougars. And we are ready to play basketball, trying to make it a clean sweep over the visiting Roane State Raiders. Tip goes to Cleveland State, and we're underway. Averhart with the basketball, out front to Chris Green. Green gives it up to Banks. Banks drives the lane, puts the shot up, no good. Rebound, Miguel. That is Tony Sapp. Those numbers are hard to read from down here as well, but I'll do my best. Tony Sapp with the offensive rebound, and Cleveland State's on top 2-0. Floyd Williams out front, drives to the hole. Spivey to the hole. Scoop shot, no good. Rebound goes to Averhart. Cougars on the run. Chris Green will slow it up and set up the play at midcourt. Here goes Shaw to the hole. Pass inside to number 21, Tony Sapp, and the Cougars are on top 4-0. So the Cougars get off to a good start. Out front is Williams with the basketball. He's looking to take it inside. Pass it over to the far corner. Number 1 is Blankenship. Blankenship goes to the hole. Can't get there. Chris Green all over him like a glove. Back out front to Williams. Williams driving to the baseline. Shaw puts the defense on. Turnaround jumper is good. Floyd Williams with a nice turnaround jumper on the baseline. That was a high degree of difficulty shot, but he zizzled it. Tony Sapp over in the corner to Averhart. And Marcus was one flight up in the bleachers. Out of bounds. He stepped on the line. Turnover Cougars. Got to get these referees out of my way so I can call here. Blankenship with the basketball. Here's a steal by the Cougars. Oh, he missed the dunk. He couldn't get the handle on the basketball. That was Tony Sapp. Just couldn't get it. Here's a ball off the hands of Nate Spivey, and a turnover, Roane State. So both teams trying to get their feet wet in the early going here. 4-2, Cougars on top. Chris Green will set up the offense. Roane State in a little 2-3 zone this time down the floor. Sapp over to Green. Green, off balance shot, can't get it to fall. Rebound, fought for, and goes to Floyd Williams. The Cougars slap it away, but there's going to be a foul called, I believe, on Chris Green. Will pick up his first foul. Kayvon Blankenship to throw it in for Roane State. He's guarded by Green as he brings across the timeline. Spivey over to Blankenship. Blankenship. Alec Kegler drives the lane, and he's called for the charge. The call goes the Cougars' direction this time as Kegler is called for the offensive foul. Turnover, Roane State. 17-17 go first half. Just getting started. If you're riding around out there, nothing to do, come on by and see some good basketball here at Cleveland State. Chris Green over to Averhart. In the corner to Banks. Banks back out front to Green. Tony Sapp inside to Shaw. And Tony Sapp is going to be called for the foul as he is called reaching in, fighting for the rebound. Spivey brings it across the timeline. Green's all over him. Over to Blankenship. Blankenship going to Kegler. Inside. He is going to be fouled. Is that one on Miguel? No. Nope, that one is on K1 Banks. So K1 Banks picks up his first foul. And that will send Alec Kegler to the free throw line. First shot is no good. He'll get another. $16:35 to go, first half. Second free throw rolls around and falls in this time. 4-3, Cougars on top with the basketball. Chris Green will bring it across the timeline. Coach Howard calls out the play. Green back over to Banks. Banks inside to Averhart. Back out to Chris Green. He's fouled on a three-point shot as they knock him into the Roane State bench. 24, Alec Kegler. And I believe that's his second foul. That's two quick ones on Alec Kegler as number 5, Jalen McCullum, will check in for Alec. As he'll have to set with his two fouls. Marcus Averhart, we'll just call him Mr. Half-Court Shot. First free throw is off the front rim, no good. Had a good interview with Marcus. I appreciate him coming by halftime of the girls' game. We had a good talk. Very, very humble young man. He was, he just, a very good interview. We appreciate him coming by. Second free throw is good. And he'll get another. Try to make it 2 out of 3. Number 10, Jawan Moore and McCullum check in for Roane State. You folks will have to bear with me as my throat fades quickly. Third free throw for Marcus is no good, so 1 out of 3. But the Cougars get the rebound, but then they lose it. Here comes Williams on the floor. Pass is thrown away. Dive on the floor by Marcus. And that was a great effort on the floor right there. As Roane State will keep the basketball as Marcus went sliding out of bounds. 5-3, Cougars on top here in the early going. 16:06 to go, first half. I'll have to get used to this. Quarters for the ladies and halves for the men. Looks like the men's side of things would get caught up, but they haven't yet. Number 10 is Jawan Moore, he of the fluorescent shoes. Inside to McKeon. Back out front to Blankenship. They'll set it up again. 4 seconds to shoot. He's going to have to throw up a three-pointer. It's in and out. No good. Rebound goes to Sapp. Cougars on the run. Miguel Shaw drives down the lane. Left-handed scoop up and in. 7-3, Cougars. 15:21 to go, first half. Nice drive to the basket that time by Miguel Shaw, as he would not be denied. Blankenship gives it up to Williams. Williams for three. It is good. So that cuts it to a 1-point Cougar lead. Sapp inside to Shaw. Shaw back to Sapp. Sapp over to Green. Green to Averhart. There's the Cougars patiently working around the outside perimeter. Back out front, 8 on the shot clock. Here goes Green to the hole. Inside to Tony Sapp, and the shot is no good, but he is fouled. That is Kawan Banks. Kawan Banks.
Shooting two, Marcus Everhart for the Cougars.
Hey, look, stay shot ready now. Ball fake.
Correction from Kawan Banks for the Cougars.
First free throw is no good. Number 21, Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe. Second free throw is good. So that'll push it to an 8-6 Cougar advantage. Rainey Bledsoe checks in for the Cougars. Williams with a shot, and that'll tie things up for the Raiders. Here goes Christine down the lane. Green misses the layup. Rebound to Williams. The Raiders are on the run. They throw it out of bounds. Saved by Blankenship. Back to Williams. Here's a three-pointer by No. He's on the line. Jawan Moore was on the line, so that's just a 2-point basket. 10-8. Roane State with their first lead of the ball game. Chris Green out front with the basketball. Trying to get it inside to Miguel. Miguel, and they're going to get him for a. That was Tony Sapp. They got Tony. Marcellus Telefero into the ball game for the Cougars, along with Sajani Horace Jr. As the Cougars substitute in and out. 10-8, Roane State with the lead and the basketball. 13:39 to go, first half. Number 35 for Roane State, Trey Johnson in the ball game. There's a kicked ball, so they'll put 20 seconds on the shot clock, and Roane State will have the basketball underneath their own bucket. Here's a shot in the corner by number 35, air ball. That is Johnson. Green eludes the defense for the moment. Over to Sapp. Sapp inside to Sajini. Averhart inside to Telefero. Telefero, turnaround jumper, too strong. Rebound goes to Williams. Over in the corner. I believe that's a double dribble. Good call by Mr. Referee that time. Jalen McCullum got a little carried away. Turnover, Roane State. Green will set up the offense for the Cougars. Horace. Over to Averhart. Horace, short jumper is good. Sajani Horace. That'll tie it up. 10 apiece. Moore, Jawan Moore on the baseline. Back out front to Johnson. Johnson back out the front to McCullum. McCullum drives the lane. Can't get a shot off. Number 21 with the slam jam, Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe. Puts the Raiders back on top. 12-10 with the slam down the lane. Kawan Banks gives it up. Foul called on Floyd Williams. That's his first. Chris Green will take a break as Jay Howard will check in for the Cougars for the first time. Number 30, Melvin Tobar Jr. as well will check in for the Cougars. Very fast-paced ball game to start out here. Not a lot of scoring, but very fast-paced. Inside to Talifaro. And we have a blocking call on number 21, Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe. That Talifaro is a load in the paint for the Cougars. Cleveland State will take it out underneath their own bucket. Howard to throw it in. Out front to Banks. Banks drives the lane. Throw it up. Count the bucket, and he is fouled. Nice job by Kawan Banks. That's 2 on Rainey Bledsoe. And Banks will go to the free throw line, try to make it a 3-point play. Shot is good as he gets the friendly bounce. And that will put the Cougars back on top. 13-12 with 11:41 to go, first half. Jawan Moore will bring it across the timeline for the Raiders. Tobar on him. Over in the corner to McCullum. Turnover. Cougars come the other direction. Jay Howard out front. Gets away with a forearm shiver. And the foul is called on Jalen McCullum. Number 2, Isaiah Poor. And Nate Spivey check back into the ball game for the Raiders as Jawan Moore and Trey Johnson take a break. So we got Horace, Tobar, Howard, Talifaro, and Averhart on the floor for the Cougars. Nope, that's Shaw, Miguel Shaw. Here's a shot, no good. Rebound goes to the Raiders. Ball is tossed out of bounds. It'll be Roane State basketball. Cougars clinging to a 1-point lead here in the early going. Neither team able to get much going on the offensive end. As Coach Allen Holt gets another Raider into the ball game as Jalen McCullum checks back in. Blankenship out front. He's surrounded by Cougars. Out front to Poor. Isaiah Poor at 7 on the shot clock. Blankenship drives the lane. Spin move. No good. And they bail him out with a foul. As 3 seconds on the shot clock. That'll be Miguel Shaw. Miguel Shaw with the foul. Kayvon Blankenship to the free throw line. First one, nothing but net. He'll get another. Mr. Referee having a little conversation there. He's trying to catch his breath, I suppose. It is hot in here. Second free throw. No good, in and out. Swatted out of bounds by number 5, McCullum. That's why I like being down here on the scorer's table. I can talk to people as they come by. Me and Mr. Referee having a conversation there. 13 apiece. We're all tied up here. 10:37 to go, first half. Ball inside, slapped out of bounds by Roane State. Big Cougar basketball. I think Coach Howard wants to run box. Out front to Horace. Miguel Shaw. Back to Jay. Inside to Talifaro. Shot is no good, but he is fouled. Number 21. That's 3 on Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe here in the first half. So early foul trouble for the Raiders. K1 Banks about to check back in, as is Austin McKeon. So Talaferro, I don't know. I don't know what the conversation's about here. First free throw by Talaferro is good. Double secret probation has been invoked. First free throw by is good, Marcellus. Second one is good. 15-13, Cougars on top after the free throws. We're approaching the halfway point of the first half. So there's an Animal House fan there with the double secret probation for Marcellus Talaferro. That'll be a traveling violation as Mr. Spivey kind of sashayed across the lane there without a dribble. Turnover, Roane State. Jay Howard will bring it across the timeline. Blankenship's all over him. Miguel Shaw out front, tries to drive the lane, can't do it. Inside, Banks to Talaferro. Spin move, off the glass and in. 17-13, Cougars by 4 as we go under 10 minutes first half. Number 1 is Blankenship. Over to Spivey. Spivey will set up the play. He of the pink socks. Blankenship of the bright red shoes. Beautiful left-handed drive, but couldn't get it to fall by Blankenship. Green, Jai Howard to Talaferro. That's got to be a basket interference. It was. Yes, that was a good call. That was a good call. Somebody smacked the rim and the backboard. Mr. Referee right on top of things on that one. Chris Green will check back in as Jay Howard will take a break. So credit a basket for Marcellus Talaferro on the goaltending. Spivey brings it across the timeline. Tobar all over him. Over in the corner to Williams. Williams drives the lane. Oh, I started to say got away with a walk, but he didn't. Traveling violation, turnover, Roane State. So the Cougars have picked it up on the defensive end. Last 3 or 4 trips down the court. 19-13, Cleveland State with a 6-point lead. Largest lead of the game so far for either team. Shaw out front, gives it up to Talaferro. Over to K1. Tobar, put it on the floor. Oh, moving screen. Moving screen that time for Marcellus Talaferro. Marcellus wasn't quite sure what he had done that time. Spivey. Here's Kegler for 3 points. No good. Rebound goes to Chris Green. Cougars on the run. Green to the hole. Puts it up. They slap the backboard to no avail. A Raider goes flying into the room. And after all that, it'll be Cleveland State basketball. Marcus Averhart back into the ball game for the Cougars. As Tobar will take a break. Green out front. Spivey on him. Banks going to drive the lane, dish it out. Turnover. Over to Poor. Isaiah Poor with the steal and the drive to the bucket. Puts it up and in. Nice play that time by Isaiah Poor going coast to coast. 4-point Cougar advantage with the basketball. 19-15. Cleveland State on top. Just under 8 minutes to go first half. Inside to Talaferro. Short jumper. Nothing but net. Beautiful shot. Marcellus Talaferro. Cougars back to a 6-point advantage. 21-15. Out front is Spivey. Drives the lane. Dishes out to Kegler. And runner, that is, yes, Kegler. Alec Kegler with the shot. 21-17. Cougars will bring it down across the timeline, over to Banks. Banks to Shaw, over to Averhart, inside Talifaro. Talifaro's double teamed. Back out to, in the corner to Banks. Here's a shot. Oh, beautiful shot, Miguel Shaw. I don't know how in the world he got that one to go in. He was almost behind the backboard on the baseline, but it went. 23-17. Cougars by 6. Here's Spivey in the lane. Dishes to Poor. Back out front to Spivey. Spivey's going to take a three-pointer. No good. Back iron. Rebound to Williams. He takes it to the hole, gets it blocked, and Talifaro clears the boards. Chris Green on the run for the Cougars. Here's a shot. Marcus Averhart in the corner. No good. Rebound Raiders. Cougars got to get back. Oh, and just as I say that, K1 Banks makes Williams miss the easy layup, and the Cougars get a break right there. Green with the basketball out front. Here goes Miguel down the lane. Back to Averhart. Averhart in the lane. Can't get the bounce. Raiders fighting for the rebound. They come up with the ball. Spivey, 1-on-3. He decides to back it out. Williams for 3. No good. Rebound goes to the Cougars as Kawan Banks pulls down the rebound. Play is fast and furious at the 5:54 mark. We're going to take a timeout. Timeout, Cleveland State. 23-17, Cleveland State on top. You're listening to Cleveland State basketball here on the Cougar Network. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Halftime, we'll be recognizing Lee Cipriano, who recently retired as the men's coach here at Cleveland State. That's halftime of the men's game. Men will be in action again next Tuesday here at 5:30. Men's only game in Chattanooga Prep. Men and women will be home on Wednesday, December the 1st against Walter State at 5:30.
You're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Network YouTube channel. Brian Grissom live and in color. We've had a couple of dandy ball games so far. Horace getting ready to check back in for the Cougars. Chris Green out front. Cleveland State with a 6-point lead and the basketball. Over to Banks. K1 thinks about driving the lane, changes his mind. Chris Green over in the corner to Averhart. Green forces up a shot as the shot clock's running down. Rebound to Roane State. Williams with the rebound. Here's a pass inside to Isaiah Poor. That was a beautiful pass from Williams. As we have a stoppage in play. As Isaiah Poor will have to check out. I think he's got a little blood action going on there. This is Jenny Horace Jr. Talifaro and Averhart will take a break as Sajini and Miguel Shaw, Banks, Averhart, and Chris Green on the floor for the Cougars. Averhart out front to Horace. Horace to Banks. Banks over to Sapp. Inside. Shot no good. Tip no good. Rebound goes to Kegler. Ball knocked out of bounds. It'll be Roane State basketball, excuse me. 4:49 to go, first half. He of the lime green neon shoes. Number 10, Jawan Moore. Kegler gives it off to Spivey. Spivey back out front to Kegler. Kegler with a 2-point shot. And it's been sliced to a 2-point Cougar lead, 23-21. Chris Green over to Sapp. To Banks. Back out front to Bank. Bad pass at the feet. Turnover Cougars. Spivey in the lane. Shot is blocked. As Mr. Spivey Amari Young checks in for the first time. Here's a inbounds pass to Kegler for the slam. And we got a tie ball game. Cougars with the basketball. Williams tried to talk Mr. Referee into it, couldn't do it. It was out of bounds on him. Melvin Tobar Jr. into the game for Cleveland State. 3:53 to go, first half. Very low scoring first half as defense has dominated here throughout the first half. Chris Green gives it up to Averhart. He drives the lane, off the glass and in. Marcus Averhart puts the Cougars back on top. 25-23. Amari Young with the ball. Over to Kegler. Kegler trying to drive the lane, puts it up and in, and he is fouled. Beautiful job by Alec Kegler that time. That'll tie the ball game. And he will get a free throw for a three-point play opportunity and try to put the Roane State Raiders on top. Austin McKeon back in the ball game for Roane State, along with Marcellus Talaferro. Free throw, no good, so we remain tied. Can't convert the three-point play. 3:21 to go first half. Chris Green brings across the timeline. Trying to get it inside to Horace. Back out front to Sapp. To Tobar. Inside Talaferro. Can't get it to go. But he is fouled, and I believe that's Kegler again. That is 3. So 3 fouls on Alec Kegler and 3 fouls on Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe here in the first half. And that's a big foul right there on Kegler as the game gets into the second half. Free throw by Talaferro is good. Put the Cougars back on top by a point. 3:05 to go first half. Second free throw bounces around and falls in. So Marcellus gets the friendly bounce. Cougars on top. 27-25 as we go under 3 minutes to play first half. Been a very entertaining first half. Not a lot of points scored, but both teams have played really hard on the defensive end. Young drives the run. McKeon picks up the loose ball. Back over in the corner to number 21, Rainey Bledsoe. He of the 3 fouls. Here's a three-pointer by Williams, air ball, and it goes out of bounds. Rainey Bledsoe tried to save it, but it bounced out of bounds. Turnover on the air ball. Cougar basketball as they nurse a 2-point lead. Chris Green brings across the timeline, gives up his dribble. Over to Sapp, to Averhart. Inside to Talaferro, gets it blocked, gets his rebound, and puts it up and in. Very quickly, Roane State back the other way. Williams with the basket. 29-27. Just as soon as I talk about no scoring, both teams scoring about 3 seconds apart. Out front to Horace. Spin move, Talaferro to the hole, up and under. It is good, and he is fouled. Beautiful job by Marcellus Talaferro. And Austin McKeon will pick up the foul. Kewan Banks checks back in. So Jenny Horace checks out. So we have a technical foul called on Roane State. Well, no, there was no technical. It just the team separated there for a minute, and I didn't know what really was going on. So Talaferro will go to the line. First free throw. Free throw is good, but it is not good as he can't convert. So 31-27. Cougars on top by 4, 1:49 to go, first half. Out front. Here's a three-pointer from the corner, no good. Several guys trying for the rebound. Melvin Tovar went high for the rebound and got clobbered, but no foul called. As Miguel Shaw brings a towel to the floor so they can wipe up a little sweat over there. Amari Young will throw it in for Roane State after the perspiration has been cleaned up. Tobar finishes up. Jawan Moore over to Young. Young out front. Dribbles between his legs. Spin move. And Banks takes it away from him. And beautiful job on defense there by Kawan Banks, causing the turnover to go out of bounds off of Roane State. Cougar bench fired up. Number 2, Isaiah Poor checks in as Jawan Moore will take a break for the Raiders. Spivey checks in as well, along with Rainey Bledsoe, Williams, and McKeon. 1:19 to go first half as Coach Howard barks out the play call. Over in the corner to Averhart. Never could get the handle on the ball, and he loses it out of bounds. Turnover. Cougars. Spivey will bring it up court. Green on him. Spivey backing down. Gives it up to Rainey Bledsoe. Over to Spivey. Spivey, got away with a walk. No, he didn't get away with a walk. Uh-oh. Have we got a foul call? Foul called on number 11, Marcus Averhart. Tough call on Marcus that time, as they call him for sticking his foot out. I thought it was a traveling violation. Blankenship with the free throw, no good. Rebound goes to Averhart. Over to Chris Green. 48 seconds to go, first half. 31-27. Cougars with a 4-point lead and the ball. Ball stripped by Poor. Turnover Cougars. Poor gives it up to Williams. Williams gets the bucket. And the foul. Foul is on Melvin Tobar Jr. So Williams will go to the free throw line with a chance to convert a 3-point play. Free throw is good. 3-point play for Williams. (31-30). Cougars up a point. They'll hold it for the last shot. The shot clock is about 6 seconds less, so they can't take the last shot. 16 seconds on the shot clock. They'll run it all the way down before they start a play. 17 seconds in the first half. Over to Banks. K1 drive, loses the handle. Spin move. Turnaround jumper is good. K1 Banks with a turnaround. Here goes Spivey to the hole. It is swatted out of bounds by Talafero. Beautiful job by Marcellus that time. 33-30, Cougars by 3, 2 seconds on the clock. Got to watch that inbounds play that they ran a minute ago. That's what they were trying to do that time. Cougars were watching it that time. As the ball is tipped out of bounds by Cleveland State with 0.5 of a second left. And now Roane State has the ball at midcourt. So they'll just have to heave one up here in 0.5 of a second. Blankenship will toss it in. They're trying to decide. It's Cleveland State basketball. I thought that was right. So Cleveland State will get to heave one. Tobar at the buzzer, no good, and that will do it for the first half. 33-30, Cougars on top at halftime. And we will take a break with them as we have the halftime festivities for Coach Lee Sigliano. You're listening to Cleveland State Basketball right here on the Cougar Network. Back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's wait till Casey gets down with the camera.
Hey. Snuck up on me there.
And then Michaela.
What?
Michaela's joining.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time, Cleveland State Athletics would like to recognize Coach Lee Sigliano, who recently announced his retirement from Cleveland State.
Hold on just a second. We'll get it here in
For the
just a
past
second.
25 years, Coach Sigliano has guided the Cleveland State Community College men's basketball team. During his career, Coach Sigliano's successful tenure, he led the Cougars basketball program conference such as the follows. He led the Cougars to the 2 NCAA East Division championships in 1998 and 2021. Advanced to the NJCAA Region 7 TCAA State Championship game 4 different times in 2007, 2009, 2019, and 2021. He won the NJCAA Region 7 TCAA Championship in 2019. Qualified for the NJCAA National Tournament 2019, won a first-round game, defeating Casper College, Wyoming, which was 32-2, ranked 6th in the country. Led Cleveland State as only the 24th seed and the only Cleveland State men's team to ever win a game in the national tournament, defeating a 9th seed. Named the District 7 Coach of the Year in 2019 and named the TCAA East Division Coach of the Year in 2021. More than 60 players in Cleveland State's program transferred on scholarship to a 4-year college or university. He finished with 350 career wins. At this time, Cleveland State Director of Athletics Mike Policastro, President of Cleveland State, Dr. Bill Seymour, would like to present Coach Sigliano with a certificate of appreciation for his commitment to Cleveland State athletics. We'd also like to recognize Coach Sigliano's wife, Beth, and their children, Nick, Caleb, and Brenna, for their contributions to the men's basketball program.
All right, you're listening to Cleveland State Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Cougars on top, 33-30 at halftime as we finish up the halftime festivities with Coach Lee Sigliano. We'll try to get him out here in just a second and talk to him in his minute. But first of all, we are joined by assistant girls basketball coach Josh Muncy and a special guest, Michaela Benefield. And I tell you what, we'll start with Michaela. She's all excited about being on the broadcast here. Michaela, first of all, how's your knee feeling?
My knee is great. It feels better than what it was before.
Wind helps a lot of things, doesn't it? All right. Well, we were talking with Coach Thompson earlier in the broadcast, and she was happy to see you out there. First of all, because it helped out with the tall trees in there for Roane State. We felt that you were a spark to the second half comeback, and just tell us what your mindset was as you came into the ball game.
Just not to think about my knee and just focus on winning the game. Just happy to be back into the game.
You had a double-double. Did you know that? 16 and 10, I do believe. 16 points and 10 rebounds. That was a tremendous outing. Josh, talk to us a little bit about Michaela and the spark she provided off the bench.
Well, we knew we needed her. We've known that all year. So in our preseason games that we had her, we played well. She's really a key to us defensively. She communicates. That's one of our biggest weaknesses as a team is our communication, and that is Michaela's biggest strength. She is a communicator, especially on the back end of our zone defense. She gets everybody in line and gets them where they needed to be, and that was big for us tonight and going forward. So it was great to have her back. So I'm happy she's back. I'm happy for her. She's worked hard to get here. So I'm really just excited for her, and excited for her going forward, not just tonight. This weekend and just moving forward on our conference season. We knew we needed her, and it was good to have her back.
Good deal, Michaela. Coach Thompson mentioned a halftime pep talk. Is there anything you can share with us about that?
She knew we can give more than what we did the first half. So she gave us a little talk and came back out after halftime and caught a spark.
That was a little pep talk, as she mentioned. That's what she called it. She called it a little pep talk. I mentioned one for the Gipper there, but anyway, it worked, and I told her she better bottle that one and save it for a later date. 17 turnovers in the first half and 3 in the second half, so I imagine she emphasized that a little bit.
Yes, she did. She said we had more than we should have.
That's exactly right. Turnovers will drive a coach crazy, in case you haven't figured that out. Josh, I tell you what now, we got to give Roane State some credit. They were an awful good ball team. They were undefeated as well, and we gave them their first loss. A big conference win for the Lady Cougars tonight.
Yes, and we knew coming into it. We've told the ladies all week that this team is going to play hard, and that they are going to run the floor, that they are going to do what they do, and they do what they do well. We still thought that they should not have been ahead of us at halftime. We still think we're the better team, and I think we kind of came out knowing we were the better team and kind of let that get to us a little bit. And we kind of, I think at one point in that first quarter, we're kind of all looking at each other like, hey, what's going on here? And then I think in the second quarter, I think we were trying to right the ship. I think that you could see that we were trying to do things. We just still were.
Just kind of stop the bleeding, yeah.
And so I remember looking up at one point at the scoreboard and telling myself, if we can get it to single digits by halftime, I really think we can gather ourselves. And it's not like we changed our game plan, anything, did we, Michaela? I mean, we just knew what we needed to do to come out and win this game. And so, and we did that. We, only 3 turnovers and a half is good basketball. It's valuing the basketball. We got to get a little better rebounding. That's something we talk about a lot. So we got to work on that. But overall, anytime you win, it's better than leaving the gym with a loss. So,
2-0. Can't argue with 2-0. Michaela, one last question for you. Team chemistry is a big deal on a basketball team, any team. Talk to me about your teammates and how you guys get along and how it works, how it bleeds over to the basketball court.
We do a lot of team bonding outside of basketball. We do like little groups, go out to eat and stuff. It just everything relates to when we go on the court. So our bond real strong.
Good deal. Well, congratulations on the win. We appreciate you guys stopping by. Good luck. Keep that knee healthy, and we're going to need you down the stretch. Thank you, Michaela, for stopping by and talking to us. And Coach Josh Muncie for stopping by and talking to us. We are at halftime, 33-30, Cougars on top. Lady Cougars turned a 12-point deficit into a 73-59 win in the ladies contest. A big turnaround there in the second half for the Lady Cougars. We're going to take about a 5-minute break before the second half gets started with the men, and we'll hunt. We'll see if we can catch up with Lee here in just a minute. He may have already got out the door, but I'll see if I can find him here in a few minutes. We'll be right back on the Cougar Sports Network.
breaking down film and get a text at like 6:45. Oh, by the way, we're going to be at the gym in about an hour.
Okay.
And then it just turned into, well, guarding. I don't think you want me guarding. It's not going to end well for me. And I did, and my legs are like jello.
Here we go. Brother said he saw this happen in an AAU game and both just had to work both were flag.
So some of my favorite is like during the summer camp games when we're wearing our black and we're playing another team, and it's just a Mexican standoff of who's gonna flip over.
That's right. You're busy next Tuesday, right?
No. Yes, actually I am.
In a game.
So
I think we talked about that.
I am reffing middle school soccer starting at 4. It's a doubleheader.
Middle school soccer on November 23rd. Why?
I don't
Who
know.
wants to be out
I
there?
don't know. But the problem is
Today in the afternoon.
4 in the afternoon. Why would you got going to
Double header.
Just think about it.
I'm a basketball game. And I was pretty good, but Emma's husband's grandmother passed away today.
So I'll come up with a spot for you as soon as I'm done. Because I'm already in check.
I don't need a spotter. I need a. I'll have to grab some staff. And now. I was just looking for scoreboards. And if all else fails, I told Kelsey she needs staff people to get together. Service, right?
Hey, Joe needs to go out with a bang.
She doesn't want anything to do with it. She's always told me that. No.
Hey,
Put me on camera.
Tell Stephanie it's time she starts pulling her weight.
Might actually, if I don't get anybody, I might ask Kelsey's mom. Michelle said that she would do it.
So she was to keep our and she's pretty good. Now, it was
I
that,
think they were. I don't
the way that you have to
keep
do
any
it,
for this.
yeah, the way that you have to do it, it's not.
I think her parents came up on Saturday to watch our game.
They're gym
Because
rats.
Kelsey was like, they don't know what to do with themselves now that I'm not playing. Like, they wanted to come up to watch like the JV game last week that she was working. And she was like, no, you don't.
And they're gym rats.
Yeah. Like, she said they're going through withdrawal right now. They don't know what to do with themselves. And so they just want to come up and
And like, volleyball was okay because Michelle officiated volleyball.
yeah.
So like, they get it there, but like basketball,
This is the first year in how many years?
they came and
Kelsey's
watched.
not playing basketball.
They came and watched some of our summer games.
Yeah. Yeah, Kelsey was telling me.
Like they have withdrawal.
They gotta fill that void.
We open up tomorrow morning. Sorry, we actually opened up last night at 8.
We're gonna start number 2 this half instead of 24.
Sub visitor 0221. I got the leading heroes and everything.
So, working this tonight. Going to Solana. It's a spot for somebody to our team is thinking about it. We're playing tonight. But I'm working both games. And then Saturday, I reached out to Christina to make sure that Wesley was going to stare out for that game. And she was like,
Where's the boys' set so far?
Halftime.
fine. Go to Wesleyan.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I want to go to Wesleyan. So if I have to do it off film, their pitch is terrible. You can't see how
We opened up last
Hey, what happened with those?
off day Sora.
Just the full players everywhere.
Boys and girls.
I was looking the other
You're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from L. Quinton Lane Gymnasium, the Q as we call it. We're just about ready for second half action here in the men's contest. Cleveland State on top 33-30 at the break. Lady Cougars 73-59 came out on top of the Battle of the Unbeatens in the ladies contest. Very quickly for Cleveland State in the first half, both teams had 8 turnovers. Both teams had 15 rebounds. So that it was very even, as a score might indicate. For the Cougars, Marcellus Telefero came off the bench and had a tremendous first half with 12 points. Let's see, Kawan Banks with 8 points to lead the Cougars. Floyd Williams had 12 points for Roane State, and Alec Kegler had 9 for the Raiders. And other than that, Cleveland State shot 56% in the first half and 4-48 for Roane State, but just 7 of 12 from the free throw line for the Cougars. That might be the reason, one of the reasons it's so close. We are ready to play ball here in the second half. It's going to be Roane State basketball. Our next broadcast will be 2 weeks from tonight as Walter State rolls into town. That's always a big contest. So 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be right back here, and that'll be our last home ball game of the before Christmas, before the Christmas break. My, how time flies. Here's a turnover right off the bat for Roane State, and that's how we started. Tony Sapp, Kawan Banks, Chris Green, Marcus Averhart, and Miguel Shaw in the ball game for the Cougars. Inside to Sapp, turn around, drop step, left-hand scoop. He did everything but hit the basket that time. Tough break for Tony. Here's a ball swatted away by Miguel. Cougars on the run. Kawan Banks to the hole. He is fouled, but no call. Averhart over to Chris Green for 3. No good. Rebound goes to Averhart. He puts it up. No good. And rebound goes to McKeehan for Roane State. Spivey, cross-court pass. Averhart intercepts it. 2-on-1 fast break to Miguel Shaw for the slam. Miguel Shaw slams it home. Oh. So, Miguel gets the slam, but also a technical foul for hanging on the rim just a little too long. So, Kegler will go to the other end for the free throws. First one is good. Tough break for Miguel that time, as that's a gray area. Sometimes they let them swing back and forth, and sometimes they don't. But anyway, that's the call. 2 free throws, so that will negate the slam. 35-32. Cougars on top by 3. And it'll be Roane State basketball. Isaiah Poor and Juwan Moore in the backcourt for Roane State to start the second half. Oh, he did. Backcourt. He went across the timeline, did a little spin move, and dribbled it back across the timeline. That's a tough break for Juwan. Turnover, Roane State. But he did. He dribbled it on one side, back to the other side, and then back. Can't do that. Shaw inbounds to Green. Over to Averhart. Now they get it into Chris. Chris over to Miguel, to Averhart. Banks inside to Sapp. Short jumper, Averhart. And no good. Rebound to Roane State.
Where's yours, Miguel?
Here's a pass over to Blankenship. He drives the baseline over to McKeon. He misses the easy one. My goodness. Cougars get another break. Just getting started here in the second half. Nice move by Banks. Miguel, no good. Rebound to the Raiders. Raiders on the run. Blankenship pulls up, back out front to Moore. Moore, and a steal by Miguel, but a foul. Foul is called on Miguel Shaw. That's his third foul. Sajane Horace Jr. back in for the Cougars.
Tony! See it, Tony. Going over top, Tony.
Kegler out front, looking to drive the lane. Pulls up for a three-pointer, no good. Rebound to Averhart. Marcus Averhart with the rebound. He gives it up to Green. Green brings across the timeline. Cougars with a three-point lead and the ball. Sajini shuffles his feet. Turnover, Cougars. Got in too big of a hurry to go that time. So it'll be Raider basketball, side court. Inbounds to Moore. He'll bring it across the timeline. Chris Green on him. Over to Moore. Moore to Kegler. Kegler trying to get inside. That's a travel. That was a good call. Traveling, Mr. Kegler. Turnover, Roane State. Chris Green across the timeline. Over to Horace. Ball knocked away from Averhart. Out of bounds. Cleveland State with 18 on the shot clock. Cougars held a three-point lead at halftime. That's where we are right now. Chris Green with the shot. No good. Rebound. Out of bounds off of the Cougars. Raider basketball. Had a good talk with Coach Muncie and Michaela Benefield at halftime. I hope you heard that. It was a dandy. And Moore with the shot. No good. Cougars will bring it the other direction. Green gives it up to Averhart. Inside to Banks. Tony Sapp. He is fouled by Austin McKeon. Cougar basketball underneath their own bucket. Inbounds to Green. And the foul is called on Isaiah Poor. First foul on Isaiah. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. Folks will have to bear with me. My throat is fading fast. Out to midcourt for Tony Sapp. Back to Green. Green to Horace. Horace to Averhart. Cougars moving the ball really well. Inside Green. Baseline slams it home. Chris Green along the baseline, and he slams it home for a 5-point Cougar lead. Boy, that was nice. Moore gets caught in the paint. Turnover. Raiders. Ball bounces around. Now they get it back. And, tough break for the Cougars. Alec Kegler lost the ball and ended back up with it. And that'll be Marcus Averhart with his second foul. So after all that, Alec Kegler will end up with a three-point play opportunity. 15:56 to go, first in the ball game. Three-point play is good. 37-35. That is 4 fouls on Alec Kegler as Green drives the lane. Two-point Cougar lead. Both teams 1-0 in conference play. All conference games are big ones. First free throw is no good by Chris. Marcellus Talaferro checks back in for the Cougars. Tony Sapp will take a break. Second free throw is good for Chris. 38-35. Here's Moore out front. Gives it up to Williams. Williams. Back to Moore. Moore drives the lane. Loses the handle, but he is fouled. I believe that's by Talaferro, and if it is, that is his second. First free throw is good from Jawan Moore. He'll get another with a chance to tie the ball game. Second free throw is good. No, it was 37, excuse me. Two free throws from Mr. Moore. Cougars with the basketball and a 1-point lead. 15:27 to go in the contest. Banks drives to the hole, puts it up, blocked, partially blocked by McKeon. Williams down court quickly to Moore, in and out for three-point land. Green on the run. Cougars with the ball. Horace scoop to the basket, and he is going to be called for the charge. Sajani Horace. Cleveland State will call a 30-second timeout. Cougars clinging to a 1-point lead. We'll take a break with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q here at Cleveland State. Cleveland State ladies 73-59 winners over the Roane State Lady Raiders. Cougars trying to make it a sweep, but it's a 1-point ball game at the moment, as it's anybody's contest. Nobody's really taken advantage of their opportunities in this ball game so far. Number 21, Rainey Bledsoe, into the ball game for Roane State. Here's a turnover. Cougars on the run. Number 10. Woo! That was a slam dunk for Marcus Everhart on the slam. 40-37, Cougars on top. Melvin Tovar checks into the ball game. And Jay Howard will check in along with Tovar for the Cougars as Chris Green will take a break. 40-37.
Active, KJ.
McKeon gets the inbounds pass in the paint, and he is fouled by Jay Howard. That's the first one on Jay.
Active.
Here's a steal. Well, the Cougars, oh my goodness, that was Kwan Banks. And they've got an intentional foul called as Kwan Banks goes up for the slam, is fouled hard, goes to the floor, and they call an intentional foul. And so he'll go to the free throw line and shoot a couple. First one rolls around and falls in for Kwan. He'll get another. And he misses the second one. 41-37. So the Cougars hit 1 out of 2 after the foul. They'll keep the basketball. Horace out front to Howard. Jay Howard, spin move, can't get by. Poor. Tobar over to Horace. Horace drives the lane, and he is fouled by number 21, Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe. And he will go to the free throw line. Number 5, Jalen McCullum, comes in. That is 4 on Rainey Bledsoe. Cougars will take it on side. Howard out front with the basketball, and he is fouled again by number 2, Isaiah Poor. Coach Allen Holt is not having a good time, as he has disagreed with the last 2. Tony Sapp into the paint for another bucket, as he puts it strong off the glass. So Jay Howard commits a foul in backcourt. So we're going to have a lot of free throws from here on out as both teams are in the bonus. 43-37, Cougars on top. Isaiah Poor, first free throw, rolls around and bounces in. He'll get another. Second free throw is good. 43-39. Marcus Averhart checks back in. Tony Sapp will take a break. K1 Banks will take a break. Timeout, Roane State. 13:57 to go in the game. 43-39. Cougars on top. We'll take a timeout with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar basketball right here on the YouTube channel Cougar Sports Network. Cougars cling to a 4-point lead, 43-39 over the Roane State Raiders. Lady Cougars took the first game after trailing by 12 in the first half. They win 73-59 to remain unbeaten at 5-0, 2-0 in conference play. Cougars trying to do the same, run their record to 2-0 in conference play. Jay Howard out front. Melvin Tobar drives the lane, can't get there. Talifaro in the lane, can't. Back out front to Averhart, and Jay Howard will set it up again. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Inside Talifaro, puts it up. Oh, rebound no good. And Talifaro puts it up and in. And a warning on the Raider bench. Coach Allen Holt is still not having a very good time, as he is just a step away from a technical foul. Isaiah Poor with the basketball. He'll back it back out and set up the play. Poor drives the lane, hesitates, shot no good, rebound no good. And Marcus Averhart clears the board and tosses it down court. Isaiah Poor picks up his third foul. Good hustle by Marcus that time. And we'll stroll to the other end and shoot a couple free throws. Coach Holt has found him a striped shirt to talk to. Uh-oh. So we got a couple of technical fouls here. Floyd Williams picks up a technical. And Marcellus, they both pick up a technical foul. So temper's getting a little hot out there. First free throw is good for Marcus. He'll get another. 12:54 to go in the ball game. Very physical play here in the last few minutes. Second free throw, no good. 1 out of 2 for Marcus. 46-39. Cougars on top, Raiders with the basketball. Moore gives it up to Poor. Moore to Poor. Over to Blankenship. Blankenship tried to drive the lane, couldn't get there. Here's a three-point shot, and oh my goodness, Sajani Horace with the foul of a three-point shooter. So that'll send Jalen McCullum to the free throw line for 3 shots. Can't foul the three-point shooter. .12:31 to go in the ball game. First free throw is good as it rolls around and falls in. Second free throw by McCullum is good. Kawan Banks checks back in. Jay Howard will take a break. So Spivey checks back in for the Raiders. Third free throw is no good. So 2 out of 3. 46-41. Chris Green with the basketball. To the back. Ball is partially blocked. Spivey on the run for the Raiders. Cougars get back on defense. Here's a drive to the basket. Amari Young with the bucket. And it's back to a three-point Cougar advantage as we go under 12 minutes to play. Horace over to Banks. Banks out front to Averhart. Over to Horace. Horace drives the lane. And called for a travel, double dribble. My goodness. Miguel Shaw will come back in the game as Sajini will take a break. So turnover Cougars. Be Raider basketball. Nate Spivey will bring it up the court. He of the pink socks. Spivey over in the corner to Williams. McCullum. Back to Blankenship out front. Looks like the Raiders are trying to work it down inside and the Cougars are having none of it. Johnson over to Spivey. Spivey with a, no, his foot was on the line. So that's a 2-point shot for Nate Spivey. And it's a 1-point Cougar lead with the basketball as we approach 11 minutes to go in the ball game. Oh, turnover Cougars, bad pass. Here goes Johnson to the hole again, gets it blocked. Cougars come away with the loose ball. Green, 2-on-2, pulls up for the short jumper, no good. Rebound to McKeon. And the Raiders will take it the other direction. Blankenship drives to the hole. The bucket is good. Number 21, Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe checks back in.
3 or 2 on Marcus. 3. That's 3 on Marcus.
So Marcus Everhart picks up his third foul. And Kevon Blankenship to the free throw line. Shot is no good. So he couldn't convert the three-point play. Raiders on top for the first time in a long time. 47-46. Cougar basketball. Shaw over to Green. Green drives the lane and loses it out of bounds. I believe it is knocked away from him by the Raiders. It is. Talifaro, Tobar, and Howard check in for the Cougars, while Sapp, Everhart, and Green take a break. McKeon checks back in, and Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe will check out for the Raiders. Banks will throw it in under the Cougars' bucket. Tobar thinks about a 3, changes his mind. Bad pass, lazy pass by Tobar. Tobar takes it, gets the loose ball. Back over to Banks, three-pointer, no good. Shot. Talifaro slaps it back, gets the rebound, puts it up, can't get it to go. Tip no good. Talifaro all over the boards, but just could not get it to fall. And the ball will go over to the Raiders. Great hustle on the boards that time for the Cougars. They just could not get it to fall. Just couldn't get it to fall. So, Roane State with the basketball and a 1-point lead. Cougars put a little pressure on the backcourt. Here's a ball knocked around, loose ball. McKay over in the corner. 3-point shot, no good from Spivey. Rebound goes to Kawan Banks. Howard to Tobar. Miguel Shaw out top of the key, looking for a teammate. Tobar. Miguel Shaw drives the lane. Short jumper is nothing but net. And the Cougars regain the lead. Raiders with the basketball. They trail 48-47, 9-12 to go in the ball game. This one's been back and forth. Very small lead. I don't think we've had a double-digit lead all night long. And there's a nice shot in the lane by Kevon Blankenship. And the bucket is good. Horace checks back in. Shaw will take a break. And Blankenship will go to the line for a three-point opportunity as the Raiders seesaw back into the lead. 9:04 to go in the ball game. Free throw is good. So three-point play for number 1 for the Raiders. 50-48. Raiders on top. Cougars. Horace out front. Gives it up to Tobar. Tobar to Talifaro. Talifaro to Banks. Banks to Horace. Tobar thinks about a 3. Drives the lane. Puts up a shot. It is good. Nice shot in the paint by Melvin Tobar Jr. that time. And we are all tied up 50 apiece. This game has all the makings of the last team with the basketball picking up the W, as it's been a grinded out ball game. Spivey gets it across to Johnson. Johnson, dribble drive, takes it down the lane, and the third foul on Jay Howard.
KJ, call the screen out. Call the pick out.
Free throw is good by Amari Young. Second free throw is good. So that'll put the Raiders back on top, 52-50. Cougars with the basketball. Talifaro had his foot on the line. That's a little out of his range. Rebound goes to Blankenship. And then Jenny Horace picks up the hand check in the backcourt. So that's 4 on Sagini. So Kevon Blankenship will go back to the free throw line. First free throw, in and out. No good.
You got to keep him in front, Ross.
Javante Ross checks into the ball game for the Cougars for the first time tonight. As Sajini takes a break with his 4 fouls. A lot of guys with 4 fouls as Blankenship hits hits 1 out of 2 free throws. 53-50. Raiders by 3. Tobar out front. Gives it up to Banks. Banks to Talifaro. Talifaro to Green. Green at the free throw line. Banks goes inside. Takes it in. Oh, that's a nice block by McKeon. But he is called for the foul. So K1 Banks will go to the free throw line, but not before the Cougars call a timeout. 7:42 to go in the ball game. 53-50. Roane State on top. You're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. We'll be right back in 1 minute. Roane State clinging to a 53-50 lead. Cougars have led for the majority of the contest, but it's been back and forth, and that's the way we've been for the last several minutes as we head down the stretch. K1 Banks with a couple of free throws as we come out of the timeout. First shot rattles around, no good. He'll get one more. Second free throw. Zip, 53-51. Cougars trail by 2. Roane State with the basketball. Spivey will bring it across the timeline for the Raiders. Takes it down the lane. Scoop shot up. No good, but he is fouled. That seems to be the game plan. Chris Green with his second foul. So Nate Spivey will go to the line for 2 free throws. First free throw is no good. Second free throw is good. 54-51. You folks will have to just bear with me in my throat as I am having a hard time at the moment. I'm all talked out, as they say. Tobar out front, over to Banks. Banks in the corner to Javante Ross. Ross to Banks. Banks drives the lane, kicks out for the three-pointer. Tobar, it's good. Big shot. And that'll tie the ball game. 54 apiece. Big three-pointer by Melvin Tobar Jr. Spivey with a jump shot for the Raiders, and they go back in front. 56-54. That's where we are. We're on the seesaw. Ross gives it up to Tobar. Layup is no good, but he is fouled. There's 4 fouls for Floyd Williams. No. Couldn't have been Floyd because he wasn't in the ballgame. Okay. So that is 5 for Alex Kegler. So Alex Kegler. So we got a couple of technical fouls now. So Austin McKeon fouls out. And that is the 3rd foul on K1 Banks. Okay, that's just 2 on K1. My goodness. All right, so the first free throw was good. Second free throw is no good. Cougars fight for the ball. K1 comes out of there with it. Out to Javante, and the Cougars will set it up. They trail by a point, 56-55. Oh, bad pass off the fingertips and out of bounds. So, turnover Cougars. 6:26 to go in the ball game. Young to throw it inbounds for the Cougars. Nate Spivey will bring it across the timeline. He'll set up the offense. Chris Green on him. Spivey in the lane. No can do. 3-pointer, Amari Young. And that puts Roane State on top, 59-55. 4-point lead. Here goes Banks to the hole. Up and in for Banks, 59-57. Cougars cut it to 2. Over in the corner to Isaiah Rainey Bledsoe. Out front to Spivey. Spivey between the legs, pulls up. His foot was on the line. And the shot is good, 61-57. Spivey with a big shot. We go to 5.5 minutes to play in the ball game. Still all kinds of time. Ross out front, over to Green. Green drives the lane, throws up a shot, and it's answered. The ball went through the net, and Chris Green will go to the free throw line for a 3-point opportunity. Count the bucket. So that'll cut it to 2. Marcus Averhart checks back in for the Cougars, along with Tovar, Green, Talifero, and Banks. And number 1, Blankenship, McCullum, Young, and Kegler. No, Kegler's fouled out. Williams. Oh, free throw's no good for Green. 61-59. As the free throw is no good. That is 4 on Marcellus Telefero. We got all kinds of people in foul trouble. As we predicted earlier in the ball game, Tony Sapp gets ready to get checked back in for the Cougars, along with Jay Howard. Meanwhile, Jalen McCullum will go to the free throw line for the Raiders. Cougars trailing by 2. McCullum, first free throw is good. Talifero and Banks will check out. Second free throw for McCullum is good. So back to a 4-point lead for Roane State, 63-59. As we head toward the 5-minute mark. Coach Howard is calling out the play. Averhart over to Green. Green to Sapp. Sapp inside to Green. To beautiful ball movement to Tobar for the layup. Cougars with beautiful ball movement that time, and they cut it to 2, 63-61. Spivey out front for the Raiders. In the corner, three-pointer is good as Kevon Blankenship rattles it home. As a three-pointer makes it 66-61, a 5-point advantage. Boy, that was a big shot. Averhart out front. Over to Sapp, to Tobar. Green. Howard drives the lane. Left-handed layup is good. 66-63 as we near the 4-minute mark. McCollum with the basketball for the Raiders. Out front to Young. Mari Young will back it up. Sapp on him. Young in the trees and puts it up and in. Didn't bother him in the least bit. He just went up over Tony Sapp. And Roane State will call a timeout. 68-63. Cougars trail by 5. 3:51 to go in the ball game. As we head down the stretch, you're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube network. We'll be right back. No. I messed my knee up last time I had a striped shirt on. Yeah. Had a little conversation with Mr. Referee there. As played back he wanted to trade spots with me, and I said, no, thank you, sir. 68-63, Cougars with the basketball. They trail by 5. Jay Howard gives it up to Banks to the hole. Shot is blocked by McCollum. The Cougars get the loose ball. Chris Green drives the hole. Puts it up. Shot no good. Tip in by Banks. 68-65. Turnover. Raiders. Cougars with the basketball. They trail by 3 as we approach 3 minutes to go in the contest. Howard out front. Drives the lane. Puts it up. Up and under. It's good. 68-67. Cougars have trimmed a 5-point lead to 1. Roane State with the basketball. Spivey out front. He drives the lane. Oh, that's got to be a jump ball. Absolutely. Great defense by Chris Green that time. And the Cougars will get it on the alternate possession. That's what the Cougars had to have. Had to have a defensive stop, and they got it. 2:53 to go in the ball game. Chris Green will bring it across the timeline. Averhart over to Banks. Banks looking for somebody inside. Bad pass. Here's Williams with the steal and the slam. (70-67). Boy, that was a huge turnover for the Cougars right there. Good job by Floyd Williams that time. Put the Raiders up by 3. Here's a pass inside to Green. He is fouled by Jalen McCollum. That is his second. And Chris Green will go to the free throw line for a couple of free throws. Every shot's big from here on out. Cougars trail by 3, can cut it to 1. First shot, a little short. He'll get another. Plenty of time. Cougars got to get it done on the defensive end. Free throw is good. 1 out of 2 for Chris Green. Cougars trail 70-68. Timeout on the floor. Cleveland State needs to talk things over. 2:18 to go in the ball game. We'll take a timeout with them. We'll be right back.
last time you had this much fun, Sean?
Sometimes you just got to get irritated.
You're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. We are at the Q. It's been a barn burner. Cougars trail by 2, 70-68, 2:18 to go in the ball game. Lady Cougars took the ladies contest 73-59. Cougars trying to find a way to pull this one out here in the final moments of the ball game. Raiders with the basketball and a 2-point lead. Spivey comes across the timeline and falls down. Green. And the Cougars couldn't time up as Coach Holt calls the timeout. And Roane State will take the timeout. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. 2-point ball game. Cougars trail by 2. Roane State with the basketball. 70-68. As we go under 2 minutes to play in the ball game, Spivey drives the lane, can't get there. Inside. And a foul is called, I believe, on Tony Sapp. Yep, that's 3 on Tony.
At the line for the Raiders, shooting 2, Jalen McCollum.
Cougars have 2 guys with 4 fouls. 2 guys have already fouled out for the Raiders, and they have 2 more with 4 fouls. Free throw is a brick, 70-68 by McCollum. He'll get another. Second free throw is good. So 1 out of 2 for Jalen McCollum. 1:52 to go in the ball game. Cougars trail by 3. Green gives it up to Banks. Banks drives the lane, puts it up, short, no good. Rebound, tapped out, and Spivey will come up with a loose ball, and they'll take their time bringing it down court. 1:30 to go in the ball game. As they'll take a timeout to get a sub in the ball game. Isaiah Porter checks in. Cougars need a stop right here. They need a turnover in the worst way. Spivey will slowly bring it across the timeline. Chris Green on him. Spivey down the lane loses it out of bounds. Loose ball back out front to Blankenship. 3-pointer no good. Rebound to the Cougars. Sapp with the rebound. Here goes Banks to the hole. Back out front to Chris Green. 1 minute to go in the ball game. Cougars trail by 3 as they set up a play. Cougars going to have to score in a hurry. Averhart back over to Banks. Banks to Sapp. Sapp to Howard. Howard almost walked, didn't do it. Here goes Chris to the hole. Throws one up. Gets it to roll. 41 seconds. Cougars trail by a point. Spivey out front, 20 seconds. Cougars will have plenty of time if they can get a stop here. This is the crucial possession of the ball game. Spivey out front, dribbling away Sexton. Shot clock at 10. Spivey pulls up. Two-pointer, no good. Rebound, fought for, and it's Cougar basketball. 19.7 seconds to go. Cleveland State got the stop that they needed. And now they've got 19 seconds. Chris Green brings it across the timeline. And the Cougars will take a timeout with 15.7 seconds to go. Here we are. Cougars have got it set up. See what Coach Howard has to draw up right here. As they trail by a point, it's been a back-and-forth seesaw ball game the whole way. Cougars have led for most of the first half. They led by 3 points, 33-30 at halftime. Roane State caught them and passed them, and then it seesawed ever since. I believe the biggest lead for Roane State was 5, and I think the Cougars led early in the game by 9 points, but I could be wrong there. But anyway, here we are, crunch time, 15 seconds ago. The Cougars found themselves with a tie ball game Saturday in crunch time as Marcus Everhart hit the game winner from half court, and we're going to need some heroics once again as I look for the Cougars to take it to the hole and either put it in or get fouled. But we'll see what Coach Raphael Howard draws up. 15 seconds to go. Everhart, Banks, Green. Chris Green will take it out right here in the side court. Everhart, Tony Sapp, Kawan Banks. On the floor for the Cougars. They get it inbounds to Banks. Back out front to Chris Green. Ten seconds, 7 seconds. Chris Green to the hole, puts it up, misses it. Shot no good, rebound. And a jump ball. 1 seconds ago, Cougars were fighting furiously for the rebound. A jump ball was called, and possession arrow is pointed toward Roane State. So, the Cougars will have to get a foul immediately and preserve this 1.6. They had the shot and just couldn't get it to fall that time. A furious melee for the rebound as the Cougars had it for a second and then it was tied up for the jump ball. And Roane State will have the basketball with 1.6 seconds to play. And we'll see if they throw it in and can run out this 1.6 or if the Cougars can foul them and stop the clock. So everybody matching up. Try to get a steal here on the inbounds play. Here's a long pass. Is knocked out of bounds. And we'll see if that was it or if we have any time left. All right, let's see how the referees. Cleveland State gets the basketball. It was off of Roane State, so the Cougars have a chance. All right. So we're still trying to figure out what's going on here. I'm trying to listen to folks and. It is. That's right. It's just like throwing it out of bounds. All right, the referees are getting together. We're putting the brain trust. The Cougars are going to get a huge break right here as the inbounds pass hits something on the ceiling, which is out of bounds, and therefore the Cougars will get the basketball underneath their own bucket with 1.6 seconds to go. The Cougars are going to get another chance to win this basketball game. .6 seconds to go. We're ready to go. Cougar basketball at half court is where they're going to get the ball. I think they're going to discuss it. The ball should go back to where it was thrown, if I'm correct. They're going to discuss where the ball should be taken out. As the ball was thrown from out of bounds and it hit something on the ceiling, and therefore it's going to be Cougar basketball.
Okay, by rule, it's dead when it hits the wire.
The ball is dead when it hit the wire overhead. 1.6 seconds.
All right, here we go. 1.6 seconds. Chris Green inbounds. Here's a shot by Banks. Oh, in and out. The Cougars almost knocked one down for the winner. Tony Banks had a good turnaround look to no avail. It was halfway down, and the Cougars lose a heartbreaker. Final score, 71-70. Cleveland State loses a heartbreaker to Roane State. The Roane State goes to 3-2, 2-0 in conference play. The Cougars fall to 3-3 and 1-1 in conference play. Well, we were afraid that this one was going to come right down to the very, very last second, and it most certainly did. What a ball game here tonight. The Cougars come up on the short end of a 71-70 final score. We're going to take a timeout, and we're going to hope to get Coach Raphael Howard, and we'll be back in just about 60 seconds. All right, final score, 71-70. Cougars lose a heartbreaker. They had a shot at the end. I tell you what, you've been through a few of those, haven't you, Lee?
No doubt about it, Brian. No doubt about it. And these are nights these are the ones that stick with you, because, when you lose close ones like that, you just question yourself 100 times over. What could I have done differently? But that was a hard-fought game, though.
It was.
It really was a hard-fought game.
You could tell it was going down to the end,
Yep.
just like it did. But anyway, we're not talking basketball right now.
Okay.
We're talking retirement, aren't we? I am joined by the former head coach at Cleveland State Community College, Coach Lee Sigliano, and this was your night, buddy, and well-deserved.
Well, thank you, Brian. I really appreciate them, the Mike Policastro and Dr. Stokes and Dr. Seymour doing this for me tonight. It meant a lot to me, them doing that. It's just nice to feel appreciated, I guess. We all want to feel appreciated. And I did put a lot of years in here. And really, if you really be honest, I kind of grew up here. So, it has special meaning to me, and because of that also.
Right.
But
with your dad.
Yeah, with my dad. I can remember when I was 3 or 4 years old, walking around, running around campus here, and playing hide and seek. Shooting basketball after the game, and so it was a special evening, and I'll be back for more games. But it was nice to come in here and just watch a game. No stress, you know what I mean?
You're not soaking wet with sweat?
I'm not soaking sweat. I don't have to think about the game, I can just kind of, I just took it in. But I did enjoy the game, though.
Not a bit of lost sleep over this one tonight. That's for sure.
One bit. Not one bit.
There are. See, the retirement's paying off already. Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting better at pickleball. And you know, I'm not studying, getting ready to watch film for Southwest Tennessee Saturday. I'll be playing pickleball at Tinsley Park.
That means studying game film all the way around. I tell you what, I'm going to have to find me a pickleball.
You got to. It's a very popular game, and I thought I'd go out there as one of the younger people, because most people are older than me. I'm a kind of a young retiree, and they're schooling me. I mean, they know how to place it and the skill. I mean, it's just incredible, but I've had a lot of fun.
Oh, that's what it's all about, having fun, getting some exercise. That's for sure. I've played tennis all my life, and I've been watching this pickleball craze go along here.
If you're a racket sport person, you'll really like the game.
I'm going to take it up. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. That's exactly right. Well, we've gone from basketball, last second shots, to pickleball. I think we're doing pretty good.
That's a great interview. I tell you, that's what I like best about these radio talk shows, is they talk about other things besides what's going on in the sports world. But yeah, I mean, basketball will always be a part of me. Cleveland State will always be a part of me. I love the game and love watching it. And I think the team this year is, if they keep battling like that, they're going to be more than fine. They're going to be more than fine.
You got to give Roane State some credit now. They played tough, and they got it done. Cleveland State led for most of the first half, but then you could just kind of see momentum changing just a little bit.
They had a stretch there late in the second half. They hit some big-time shots.
They sure did.
A deep corner three, top of the key three. I mean, there were some big shots, tough and not easy shots. They made some tough shots. So I do credit them for that, and you're right. I thought it was going to go right down to the wire, too, the way the game was just – both teams really competed well tonight.
Absolutely. Well, a great night. You got a plaque to hang on the wall.
Got a gift card. I got a plaque. I mean, I'm all set,
You are set for pickleball in the morning, Lee.
Am I going to get to work with you here?
Hey, we're gonna work it out. We may have to get Paulie to pull some strings and requisition this and FedEx that, but we'll get it done, buddy. Because we'll get us some color analysis.
Let's do it. I would love to do it.
Hey, we'll do it, buddy. I appreciate you.
Brian,
appreciate you.
Yeah,
We will talk in later days.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, 71-70 Cougars drop a heartbreaker to Roane State. We're going to wait just a few more minutes and see if Rafi comes back out, and we'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Sir. I saw that. It hit that rope right there. Yeah. As he threw that inbounds pass. Yeah. I saw it when it happened.
I thought they were going to do it again, though. Banks,
it
just
went out.
Yeah.
It was halfway down. I really did think it was going to happen.
If he would have had a little bit more, like, he kind of was off balance.
But that's one end of the spectrum to the other in 2 games. Well, Rafi may be a while. I'll give him another minute. Oh, is this my final?
Yeah,
That's okay. Good deal.
This must be coach.
All right. Exactly. I thought it should have went down there. It's different. Mike? See you, fellas. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate the help.
Hopefully they're not quite as wild.
Yeah, really. See you, fellas.
Thanks, Andrew. No. Hey, Rob, we're not going to do anything for Tuesday. So next Wednesday would be the next. 2 weeks. Yeah. And then when you do the articles, you're going to send them to Kansas too.
Yeah.
So.
Sure
So
will.
December 1st is the next.
And that's the last home game.
Yeah.
until
January 5th, I believe. Yep. Good deal.
So let me break this down. So they're done with the transfer.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sign off.
Yeah, sign.
You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar basketball. The heartbreaker for the Cougars, 71-70. Roane State takes the win. Lady Cougars, 73-59. They take the ladies contest, so Cleveland State gets a sweep tonight. We are going to call it a night as Coach Raphael Howard is deep in thought at the moment, I would imagine. And we'll just sign off. And remember now, our next broadcast 2 weeks from tonight, as the will be the final home game of the year. Goodness gracious, time flies. As Walter State comes in for a couple of games at 5:30. 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be right back here on the Cougar Sports Network and the YouTube channel. For all the folks that have helped me throughout the broadcast and provided my stats, and Coach Paulie Castro, and a special shout out to Coach Lee Sigliano on his special night here at Cleveland State. Thanks so much for tuning in to the broadcast. This is Brian Grissom saying good night and God bless everybody.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. My goodness, I've had 2 barn burners and 2 times out.
Thought you were going to have another freaking.